Should I start? Esteemed Chair of the Board of Trustees, Honorable Rector, Vice Rectors, academic administrative staff, and students of our university. Dear guests, good morning. Welcome to the 2024 Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference. This year, the main theme is industrial policy under changing technological environment. Now, I would like to leave the floor to the Rector of Nearest University, Professor Dr. Tamar Shanlida, to deliver his opening speech. Please.
Dear Rector, esteemed scientists and researchers, first of all, I would like to state that I am very pleased to host you at Nearest University. We are here to discuss new opportunities and challenges brought by industrial policies, economic planning, and technological transformation by gathering here on the occasion of the SEPİP 2024 conference. I believe that this meeting is not only a platform for sharing information, but also an important platform that enables collaborations that will shape the future. International scientific collaborations have become one of the most powerful ways to remain competitive in the evolving technological environment. In today's world, universities are becoming centers where academic knowledge is not only produced, but also rapidly transformed into practice. At this point, the bridges established between universities and industry are extremely critical in terms of both accelerating technological innovations and the sustainability of economic development. As Nearest University, we believe in the power of scientists and industry representatives from different disciplines coming together to undertake multifaceted and multidisciplinary studies. The results of such collaborations do not remain only as scientific advances. They also contribute to the economic growth, competitiveness, and globalization of countries. The cooperation environment we have created with OSTİM Technical University, which is an effective result of the industry and university cooperation, is one of the important results of this approach. Today, we are discussing a world where this digitalization creates new business models, the space economy gains a new dimension, and sustainable and smart cities occupy our agenda. One of the success factors underlying these changes is the solid cooperation between universities, industry, and governments. Adopting a multi-stakeholder approach, not only within our own borders, but also at a global level, is necessary to open the door to new economic opportunities. As Nearest University, we have always supported and continue to support scientific cooperation to expand the boundaries of knowledge and the use of the power of technology for the benefit of society. I believe that today's conference will be instrumental in the emergence of new ideas and solutions in the fields of industrial policies and economic planning. My dear colleagues, before ending my words, I wish you all successful and productive conference. I hope that this important event hosted by OSTİM Technical University and Nearest University will open the door to promising collaborations for the future. Thank you.
I would like to thank our rector for delivering his speech. Thank you. Now I would like to invite the professor of OSTİM Technical University, Professor Dr. Murat Yulek, to deliver his opening remarks.
Dear guests, we are now opening the fifth SEPİP conference internationally. It is being held at Near Eastern University, so we thank our organizers and especially our rector, Professor Tamer, very much for that. This organization, as the organization before, hosts a lot of excellent international speakers at a time when industrial policy has just become the topic of the day, especially as yesterday you have seen that three actually economic historians have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Although they are not very much into industrial policy, they are economic historians and developmental economists. So this shows that along with government's agenda, industrial policy is now strongly in the agenda of the academic world. And we have been organizing this organization, this international conference, SEPİP, Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy, for a long time. It shows that we are on the right track. Once more, I thank our hosts, especially Professor Tamer, for assisting us organizing this and hosting this year's event. I also thank all the team of our hosting institution, as well as OSTİM Technical University team, which made it possible to organize this year's conference. And I wish all the best for this year's conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Murat Yulek, for your speech. Now, without further ado, let's listen to our invited speaker, Vitaly Krukchu, the President Fund of Strategic Initiatives of Gagauzia. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, dear rectors, dear researchers, dear participants of SEPİP 2024 conference. I want to present you my topic is industrial policy of Moldova, the stage of thinking. I think we all live in such time when in 21st century we face with problems. Okay. Thank you. In 21st century, we face with different obstacles, not just developed countries, but also countries with transition economy, countries which doesn't matter about the country size, the big countries or small regions. We always and all parts interesting to elaborate the concept of industrial policy and implement it in the reality. Before starting my speech, I want to present brief information about Republic of Moldova. I think you can get it from internet. 21st century, it's quite easy. But just small information. Country is located in East Europe, in border between Ukraine and Romania, which also influenced not just for state policy, for industrial policy, but all sides kind of policies, because you know that in neighbor countries it's a lot of problems, including conflict, military conflict is go on. And of course, last 3 years we influenced such elements which usually go on together with military conflicts. And of course, it's influenced not just in economy in general of Republic of Moldova, but also for industrial policy, because a lot of enterprises start to be smaller and smaller. Some of them it's closed and go to another part of the world, Asia or Europe. Even some big companies like Fujikura or in automotive production, they also decided to close such kind of companies. The territory, it's not big, it's small, 33,700 square kilometers, 206 million people. GDP estimated for this year, it's $18 billion, and PPP GDP estimated for also for this year, it's 44 billion. Our government expect, because we see different data, but expect GDP growth for last and this year 2%. National currency it's lei and capital of Moldova, and you see the territory, which is also create a lot of disappointed, because you know that since 1992 it's another point which influenced to industrial development and in general and for economic development of the country. It's military conflict what was done between Moldova and Transnistria, Pridnestrovia, and it's still the problem not resolved. Why I also mentioned about this, because during Soviet time, before this military conflict, and in 1994 when Moldova was declared independent status, the Transnistria region was industrial region, and after 1992 this region was separated, not juridically but de facto, and almost 34 years it's already country live in the situation of conflict, not resolved, but we hope that in future it will be. Okay, industrial policy, if it's possible without any documents, without any strategies, because I think that each government of the country elaborate such documents and give signals to the companies, to the entrepreneur sector, to civil society, to education, to universities and colleges, that we have such points for policies. And exactly I mentioned about industrial policy, and our government through all strategic documents focus the industrial policy and see it as industrial economy sector, which is technologically advanced, science intensive, efficient, and competitive, and through implementation of European standards, which is a second key point for our country. Since 2005, Moldova declared that our red line for external policy and also for internal, it's European integration. Still, it's a questionable point because next Sunday we have presidential elections and also constitutional referendum. According our society, it's pro or contra for European integration, which is also a part of industrial policy, because you know that it's always questions between West Europe and new members of European Union if they're completely equal in industrial development or it's different, because we see different also situation after 2004 when it was a big enlargement of European Union, when 10 countries, the new members, was entered to European Union, and a lot of industrial sectors in these countries was disappeared. It's a question because now we also put such questions like Hungary, Poland, and other 8 countries. We see what was happened with our neighbor, with Romania, after 2007, when they, together with Bulgaria, joined European Union. And also, it was a question, where is some industrial sectors in Bulgaria? They also disappeared. And for us, it's also a question mark, be pro or contra, according to European standards. But since 2005, we already start to implement European directives and the European legislation in our national legislation, also in industrial development. And I show you where. I decided also to show you dynamics of GDP per capita in Moldova, and it's exactly show the growing and going down such macroeconomic indicator, but also it's exactly the industrial policy was the same flow in Moldova. You can remember this line and stages of industrial policy development. You see 1970, 1990, it was a high level of industrialization of Moldova, creation of agro-industrial holdings, clusters. It's a new word, but it was implemented many, many years ago in our country. The second stage, it was 1990, 2000. Could you imagine that during in the time of 10 years, a lot of clusters was disappeared? Why? Because it was privatization of the state-owner industrial enterprises, because during Soviet time, we don't have private companies, which is also a question when we elaborate the concept of industrial policy and at the modern world. What is efficient, state or private? We see a lot of examples in the world where, like China, like other countries where the state-owned companies have a very big growth compared to the private companies. And I think we also need to decide about this. Restructuring, it was also related to the privatization process, because a lot of state industrial companies was with big debts, and of course it's influenced in state budget, in taxes, in working places, because in that period the unemployment was growing in Moldova. And of course liquidation of industrial enterprises. During 10 years, you see, we last 20 years period of growing 10 years, we go down immediately. And since 2001 till present, step by step, we start to decide which instrument could be a part of our industrial policy. First, in 2001, in Moldova was elaborated the law, and then was established 7 free economic zones with main purpose attraction of investment and increasing the exports, because we provided tax privileges for the industrial companies who come to our countries to create the new jobs, and of course increase the export to another countries. The second, it's creation of industrial parks. We spent 10 years for getting the new concept was already implemented in different countries. It's a question about the exchanges of knowledge, exchanges of ideas, exchanges of best practices between countries. It's also a question. Still, it's a lot of examples in different countries that some very good practices of implementing industrial parks, but why it's not used in countries like Moldova, like in some countries, Asia, South Africa, Africa in general, in South America, because it's also a tool or instrument for attraction of investments and also growing of industrial products. And the last one, but not least, it's creation of IT parks. I start my speech that we live in 20th century. And of course, IT, its influence in different spheres. And what is interesting that last 7 years, the results of IT sector in Moldova is growing. If we look to GDP, it's already 12% of GDP. It's result of IT sector, just last 7 years. I also want to mention about the structural challenges. Low productivity growth, it's a part of our country, and I think it's a part of different countries which not looking for innovation. The countries who not take in consideration that industry development impossible to develop without labor, qualitative labor, and for this the state obliged to elaborate the concept and programs for creating the new jobs, but new jobs taking in consideration 21st century, because in some cases it's new competencies requested from the market. Shortage of skilled labor, governance deficiencies. I put the list of structural challenges in Moldova. Large state footprint in the economy. Still, the state support for monopoly. The next one, limited competition and monopolization in certain sectors of the economy, which also influence. An imbalanced business environment, tax distortions, high level of energy tariffs. We see that last 3 years, it's something happened in energy market, which immediately influenced to industry development. Energy, it's a main question at the moment, because the prices, we see what happened in Germany, in Europe in general, when the same tendencies increase and energy tariffs is growing. And of course, it's influent for industry development, because a lot of companies decided to move the plants and factories to another part of the world. And again, it's competition for investments. And such countries like Moldova, if not take in consideration this fact, we lose this competition to attract new companies. and the high level of corruption and schemes and protection. Many years we speak about corruptions and schemes in different spheres of economy, but nothing changed. Even in Moldova, 4 years ago, when the new political party came to the rule in Moldova and new president was elected, we expect that the corruption is go down, and the different schemes it's stopped. But the last reports from different institutions, from United States, from Europe, shows that the corruption is growing, still is growing in our country. And of course, it's influence not just for industrial policy, but also investment policy in general, for economic policy. Yeah, I told before that in Moldova, according to the stage number 3, we created 7 free economic zones, 10 industrial parks, and 12 business incubators, and around 7 IT parks. And you see that still, through these tools and instruments, we still don't have the tendency of developing of industry. You see the industry part in GDP according to the across economic sectors, and it's go down. Even we use such instruments. And I mentioned about the strategies. We have the new one, the National Development Strategy of Republic of Moldova, Moldova 2030. And I not go step by step through all this, but you can see that I took from this strategy just points which related to industry development, about the cooperation between companies, about R&D activities, technology transfer, technology development, of course, competitiveness, and the role of SME in this process, because industrial policy, it's impossible elaborate and implement without SMEs, taking just the big companies. And of course, again, supporting the creation of new cluster organizations. I start from the cluster. You remember, in the past, we had very good examples, very good practices with cluster in different part of the industry. But they all disappeared, and now we are in starting point again. Cluster organization after 30 years. And of course, promoting employment and upgrading skills and competences of the working laborers. Yeah, and of course, some recommendations on the end of my speech. It's of course, it's impossible implement industrial policy without to identify the priorities, because I show that even we use different instruments, tools, without priorities, it's impossible to get results, positive results. This part of this, it's improvement of national legislation and also institutional support. Industrial policy very close to energy security policy of the country, and also energy efficiency in 21st century. Of course, create relations between industry companies from one side and universities from another side, because we, as a part of this society, we could prepare the specialists with actually expected from the companies, not just for elaborating our educational programs. Of course, our industrial policy is supposed to be a part and in relation with investment policy, using different rules, different tax privileges. Of course, simplification of industrial product with standardization procedures, because standardization is a part of this global concept of industry development. And of course, elimination of administrative barriers to doing business. It's a last but not least. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank Mr. Krukçu for delivering his speech. We will continue with our next invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Ibrahim Hosseini from Şırnak University. Please.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are doing well today. I'm Ibrahim Hosseini from Şırnak University. First, I would like to thank SEPİP committee and especially Professor Murat Yülek for inviting me to take part in this event. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. Today, I'm going to talk about export sophistication. Actually, my presentation based on a project supported by TÜBİTAK. Sorry, I couldn't share. Sorry. No, I cannot share my screen. Ayşe Hocam, herhalde ekranımı paylaşabildim. Sorry. I'm sorry for this, and especially my presentation based on a project supported by TÜBİTAK, and I would like to thank TÜBİTAK to This is my project team, and this is the content of my presentation. Let's start. Especially since the early 19th century, the income gap between developed and developing countries has increased significantly, resulting in the emergence of two different country types. On one hand, developed countries with high level of welfare and luxury consumption, and on the other hand, underdeveloped countries where the majority of people lack even the most basic needs. This situation has brought about the effort of developing countries to converge with developed countries. Initially, it was believed that developing countries should increase their export to converge with developed countries. However, when the development process of these countries are examined, it is seen that almost all developing countries have failed to develop economically, even though they have increased their exports significantly. Just a few countries, such as Japan, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, have managed to enter the ranks of developed countries. When the experience of these countries are examined, it is seen that these successful countries have increased their export not only in quantity, but also in quality. This indicates that export sophistication or export quality is one of the most important determinants of economic growth. At this point, the question of which products are sophisticated came to the fore. One of the pioneering studies in this field, What You Export Matters, was conducted by Hausmann, Hang, and Rodrik in 2007. In this study, researchers first calculated PRODI index, which represents the sophistication level of products. Researchers also introduced EXPY index, which represents the sophistication level of a country's total export. Since Hausmann's articles, many studies have been conducted in this field, using data from different group of countries, such as the EU, OECD, G7, G20, or individual countries, such as USA, Germany, Brazil, India, Turkey, South Korea, and China. All these studies indicate that export sophistication is one of the most important determinants of sustainable economic growth for countries. In this context, Turkey needs to develop a more sophisticated production and export structure to converge with developed countries. For this purpose, first, we need to identify which products are sophisticated. According to Standard International Trade Classification, 1,026 products are used in foreign trade. Let's assume that 410 of these products considered as sophisticated, and we want to increase the production and export of these products. At this point, instead of focusing on national policies, it is more important to implement regional policies. If we were to implement national policies, we would like to focus on producing all these sophisticated products in Istanbul. Why? Because half of country's economy is concentrated there. However, this is not the right approach. While Istanbul may produce many things, it doesn't necessarily produce everything in the most efficient way. There are many provinces that can produce certain products more efficiently than Istanbul. Therefore, for regional policy to be effective, we need to identify the products in which each province has a comparative advantage. In this context, in this study, we conducted two-stage analysis on a provincial basis to ensure that Turkey has more sophisticated products and structure. First, the sophisticated product that province can focus on are determined. And later, we identified the countries with export potential for determined sophisticated products. I want to introduce you our method. For first aim, determining product group, product must meet three criteria. First, the product must be among top 100 products exported by the province. And second, the RSCA index of product must be higher than 0. If RSCA index higher than 0, it means that the provinces has a comparative advantage in this product. And lastly, the product must be sophisticated. The Prodi value is calculated for this purpose. We calculated Prodi value for all product group, implemented Rodrik, Hausmann, Hang, and Rodrik work. And then we implement Felipe Kumar methodology to determine a sophisticated product. After that, Prodi Group 1 and Prodi Group 2 as considered sophisticated group. To identifying a country with market potential, country must meet two criteria. First of all, the export intensity index of country must be less than 1, and the country share in world import group examined must be higher than 0.5. Now, I will introduce you a dashboard we created to share the result of our project. And our dashboard consists of 6 pages. In the middle of the first page, there are the name of provinces, and when we click on the name of the provinces, data related that provinces, we can see data related that provinces. At the top of the first page, we have given some data about the provinces, such as population, GDP per capita, sophistication rank, the number of products exported with comparative advantage. And here on this map, we compared province with other provinces of region according to their sophistication level. And we've given country to which province export the most, and the product must 5 product most exported by the province, the export of provinces over the years, the share of provinces in the total export of Turkey, and EXPY value, which represent the sophistication level of provinces over the years. And in the second page, we have listed top 100 products exported by the provinces and highlighted the sophisticated ones in orange, like this. The presence of many orange product group, especially in the top positions, indicates that the provinces' total export are sophisticated. But it can be said that the provinces of Turkey, the export of the provinces of Turkey are not very sophisticated. For example, when we look at the Adana, you see that there are no sophisticated product in top 20 product, and in top 100 product there are a few sophisticated product, and the share of sophisticated product in total export of provinces just 17. Another province, for example, Nevşehir, have same export structure, or Niğde. As you've seen, there are a few sophisticated products among top 100 products, or Ordu, Osmaniye. I want to show you 4 province, especially these 4 province, because this province among top exporters in Turkey, for example, Gaziantep. As you've seen, there are few sophisticated products among top 100 products, while export of Gaziantep about $11 billion. The proportion of sophisticated just 13%. Another one, Denizli. Denizli also one of top exporters in Turkey, but almost all products exported by the provinces are not sophisticated. And another one, Hatay, have same export structure, and also Kayseri. As you seen in this table, there are a few sophisticated products among top 100 products, which is highlighted with orange, and the share of sophisticated product in total export of province just 10%. However, there are 13 provinces in Turkey that differ from others. The proportion of sophisticated products in their export is relatively much higher. Let's take a look at a few of these provinces, and we have listed them in this table. For example, Aksaray. As you can see, the share of sophisticated product in provinces' total export about 63%, and there are a lot of sophisticated product among top 100 and also in top 200 product. Ankara has the same export structure as you've seen, and Bursa, I want to show you Bursa also. There are a lot of sophisticated product among top 100 products, and the share of sophisticated product in total export of province 44. And another one, Eskişehir, as you've seen in this table, there are a lot of sophisticated product among top 100 product, and the share of sophisticated product in total export of provinces 55%. Now, I want to show you this page. On this page, we have provided the product group that province should focus on to achieve a more sophisticated production and export structure. As we mentioned before, we have used 3 criteria to determine this product group. And our 4th page, we have reported potential market for the products we recommended to province on this page. As you've seen, for the first product which recommended to the province, there are export potential in 10 countries. For example, one of them, France, the export intensity index for this product in France 0.15. It means that Turkey is only using 15% of its potential in France and leaving 85% unused. And the share of France in this product in the world import is 8.1%. Also, we reported the transportation routes to countries which has market potential by road, sea, and air, along with the average transportation times. And last page of dashboard consists of that. In this page, we have reported the economic, social, and social risk and opportunities for the countries with market potential. With this, I have finished the introduction of dashboard, and now just in two tables, I want to show you the situation of Turkey in the world. In this table, we have given the AXPY values of countries over the years, and you see in this in this table, Turkey ranks at the bottom of the table, while OECD average about 13,000. In Turkey, the average AXPY 26,000, and in this table also we have given that the export of countries, distribution of export of countries according to Prodi group. Prodi group 1 and 2 are sophisticated product, where OECD average for Prodi group 1 is 27. In Turkey, it is 11%. Prodi group 2 in OECD average 30%. In Turkey, it is 27%. And we can say that the export sophistication of Turkey is not very good when we compare it with developed countries. Now, lastly, I show you a web page. We created to share the result of our project, and if you're interested, you can get all data we created according to this project from this web page. For example, if you want to get the AXPY values of provinces, you can and for years which you want, and you can get it in Excel format or CSV. Another thing in our web page, we created a report for all provinces in Turkey, and from this web page you can get this report. All report consists a lot of information about export sophistication of provinces. If you're interested in, you can get it in our web page. And lastly, I want to say that My English is not very good, and on this way, this was my first presentation in English. I'm sorry for mistake I made, and I hope it was at least somewhat understandable. And if you are interested in, sorry. I want to conclude my presentation. When we compare it with OECD countries, it is seen that Turkey is ranked at the bottom, and the distribution of Turkey's export product group is examined. It is observed that the share of sophisticated product is low. Turkey needs to develop more sophisticated production and export structure in order to converge with developed countries. Instead of focusing on national policies, it is more important to implement regional policies. And if you are interested, my presentation or dashboard and final report of the project and my 5 articles published in this field, you can get it from this link. And thank you very much for your listening to me.
I would like to thank Professor Hosseini for delivering his speech. We will continue with our first panel, how AI will be shaping the future of marketing, management, and education. The question is that what to look forward to. I would like to introduce our guest. The moderator of the panel is Professor Dr. Sherif Zehni Ayuboglu from Neris University, Northern Cyprus. Please.
Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, participants, and especially my dear students, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to this panel entitled How Artificial Intelligence Will Be Shaping the Future of Management and Education, What to Look Forward to. Education and management are important cornerstones of our modern world, and the way they are evolving is something we cannot afford to ignore. We live in a time where technological advancements, especially AI, are redefining what is possible. AI is no longer a concept of the distant future, but it is an integral part of the present, transforming industries, reshaping businesses, and most importantly, altering the way we live, work, and learn. When it comes to management, AI is proving to be an indispensable tool for leaders and organizations. It is not just about automating repetitive tasks anymore. AI is enabling data-driven decision-making at all levels of management. It allows businesses to anticipate market shifts, manage resources more efficiently, and create agile, forward-thinking strategies. It is also transforming leadership as we know it. Education is probably the most exciting area to be shaped by AI. With the rise of AI, we have the potential to create personalized learning paths for every student, improving engagement and outcomes. AI tutors, real-time analytics, and adaptive learning systems are no longer dreams of the future. They are here, and they are creating a more inclusive, effective, and accessible educational environment. But beyond the impressive tools and solutions, AI offers what makes this topic truly significant is its potential to reshape society as a whole. The changes we are seeing as a result of AI will spread through industry, every community, and every individual's life. No doubt, AI is a powerful tool, but it must be utilized both ethically and responsibly. This requires us to think about how we integrate AI into our industries, ensuring that it serves to enhance human capabilities rather than replace them, and that it fosters innovation while safeguarding privacy and equity. Today's discussion will provide insight into what we can expect in the years to come. Our two esteemed panelists will share their expert perspectives on how we can utilize the potential of AI in the fields of management and education. As we start our session, I encourage you to think about the new era, an era defined by collaboration between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. It is everybody's responsibility to ensure that this collaboration is as beneficial and powerful as possible. So without further ado, please allow me to briefly introduce our panelists, Professor Dr. Nadire Çavuş and Professor Dr. Lawrence Emegwali. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Professor Nadire and Lawrence, can I take you to your seats here, please? Okay, Professor Nadire Çavuşoğlu is a distinguished scholar with over 25 years of experience in academia. She currently serves as chair of the Computer Information Systems Department and director of the Computer Information Systems Research and Technology Center at Near East University. Her extensive research spans areas such as artificial intelligence, e-learning, visual learning environments, and information systems. Professor Çavuş has published more than 70 scientific articles in leading international journals and holds editorial and advisory roles in several academic boards. Additionally, she is a sought-after peer reviewer from numerous scientific journals. Professor Dr. Lawrence Emegwali is a professor of strategic management, chair of the Business Management Department, and director of the Center of Management Research at Girne American University. With over 16 years of experience in academia, Professor Emegwali's research interests lie in the intersection of knowledge-based strategic innovation, strategic cognition, and the future of management research. His expertise in these areas is reflected in his extensive publication record, including over 50 articles in reputable journals, many of which appear in high-impact outlets. I am sure that both our professors' contributions to their fields of expertise will enrich our discussions today. Thank you. Okay, first of all, I want to start off with Lawrence Hocam with his presentation in regards to management and AI.
Şerefe hocam. Microphones?
No microphone. No. I need to speak up.
Okay. All right. So first of all, I just want to thank Professor Sharife for inviting me to the panel, and I'm happy to actually be here to talk to you guys about this today. My speech today will be, I mean, most of us here, we've heard about AI before, but my speech today will be about how AI is going to actually impact the future of management and marketing. I'll be introducing a concept. I mean, we're very familiar with generative AI, but hopefully I'll be introducing a concept of a different dimension to artificial intelligence that has a higher propensity to actually impact business in the future. So to begin, I think I'll skip this part. So just a little recap of the transformative eras that we've actually experienced as a civilization. Yeah. So most of us are familiar with the different stages or different evolution of our civilization, from the hunter-gatherer period to the agrarian period and to the industrial revolution. Now, at each of these phases in our civilization, we encountered transformative technology that basically changed how things are done within those civilizations. But one of the most important attributes of these technologies is that they propelled mankind forward. They didn't just bring about productivity gains, they actually propelled mankind forward. Now, we are still in the Industrial Revolution, and there are basically 4 stages to that. There's the first Industrial Revolution, the second, the third, and the fourth. Currently, we're in the 4th Industrial Revolution, the age of generative AI. Now, in this era of generative AI itself, it's basically passed through 3 phases. The introductory phase, when artificial intelligence was first introduced. And this consisted of a period when a group of techniques were developed basically to imitate human intelligence. At the end of the day, by the way, all of the technological advancements that we've experienced, they've basically tried to make life easier for humans. And in trying to do so, one of the first things that they do is to try to mimic human intelligence. Yeah. So one of the key AI specialists at DeepMind actually said that the goal of their goal at DeepMind at that time was to solve intelligence. Solve intelligence first, and then solve every other thing next. Yeah. And if you look at that carefully, what he was basically saying is develop, artificial general intelligence first, and then solve every other thing next. But the reality of it is that we've not been able to develop artificial general intelligence. Now, artificial general intelligence is a period in time where we can get machines to do every single thing that human beings can do. Yeah. And so the idea then was to solve intelligence, as in solve it at that level, and then later on solve smaller problems related with it. But the progression has been to, first of all, automate, and then make machines intelligent, individual machines intelligent, and then it moved to the age of machine learning. I mean, I have a 20-minute talk. There's more to be said about this, but I'm just going to be summarizing as I go. So with machine learning, it's basically the era where machines learn from large amounts of data and they execute on new data without being explicitly programmed. With generative AI, which is the current era that we are in, it involves expanding machine learning capabilities to be able to generate text, images, videos, audio, and other related content. However, before I talk further, let me just give a brief summary with very few examples of how generative AI is shaping management and marketing today. Because
we all use AI. We have AI on our devices, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Perplexity, whichever it is. But all of the advancements that we are seeing in AI, they're based, especially for management and marketing, they're basically geared towards two things. And I'll talk about those in 1 minute. So for management, it's mostly efficiency and productivity. Yeah. So AI systems or AI platforms are making work easier. They are eliminating jobs, which is supposed to be a negative to this. But the idea is that they are making business processes more efficient. They are increasing productivity as well. For instance, Amazon, Walmart, and Tesla are using AI-driven robots to automate tasks in their warehouses, in factories, and assembly lines. And the benefit for them is they are able to cut down on labor costs and improve productivity. And another thing is data-driven insights. And this is where basically this is a rudimentary level of cognitive AI, but it involves basically businesses that currently use AI to analyze vast amounts of data and extract valuable insights for strategic planning or for decision making in general. Again, an example would be Netflix, Spotify, and Amazon, where they use AI algorithms to recommend personalized content, playlists, and products to their customers, leading to increased customer satisfaction and retention. Now, in marketing, it's more about personalizing experiences, yeah, and also predictive analysis, where marketers are using AI to create tailored marketing campaigns based on individual preferences and behaviors. You see that if you ever operate on or what do you call it, use Facebook ads, Google ads, and all of that, you see a lot of the predictive tools that are actually integrated into those platforms. So predictive analytics, marketers are also using AI to forecast customer trend, identify target markets, and optimize marketing strategies. So this is how generative AI is helping businesses today. The aim of this talk is to talk about how it would help, AI in general would help businesses or would influence businesses in the future. And an example, for instance, is where you have Sephora, Nike, and L'Oreal using AI-driven virtual try-on tools to allow customers to try their products and services before they actually make a decision whether they want to buy or not. Now, the key benefits, again, in summary, the key benefits of all of this, of all of the AI tools that we are using today, whether you're using AI for research or any other means today, is, especially generative AI, is productivity gains. Yeah, so you cut down on time. Like the time it took you to develop a paper, you might actually cut it down by half if you're using AI tools. If you're for businesses, certain jobs or job categories have been totally eliminated as a result of generative AI. Now generative AI leads to productivity gains, but productivity is not everything. Today, most of the race that we actually, except the large organizations like NVIDIA and Microsoft and OpenAI, now there's Meta AI and the rest of them, these organizations that have the resources, they're all racing towards something. And what they're racing towards is artificial general intelligence. Yeah, that's what they're all racing towards. The utility that they're actually offering you today is basically more or less like a byproduct of that. And however, as of today, there are negatives to pursuing productivity gains. That it includes job losses, and the most important one is loss of labor and income. Now, the idea is, I paint a picture for you. Imagine that the ideal thing with generative AI is to increase productivity and eliminate costs, especially labor costs. Assuming organizations are able to achieve that and have zero labor costs and the highest productivity levels possible. Normally, from an economic perspective, you would expect that this will lead to a surge in GDP levels and economies will be boosted and things will be great. But the point is, when you lose labor, when a lot of people are unemployed, then you also have a problem because you have lower spending power and all of that. So there will just be, if there's any effect on GDP, it will be very marginal. So but the point is, despite all of the negatives that is associated, I mean, you have the ethical issues that are related to artificial intelligence in general. Despite all of that, more and more organizations are actually investing into AI. So because productivity gains remain desirable, there's a prediction that we get to a point where organizations will no longer be interested in productivity gains. But for now, the US leads in investment in in artificial intelligence. So the US has the highest number. I mean, this is data from between 2013 and 2023. The US has actually established, in the US, there's been about 5,509 AI startups, followed by China with 1,448, and the UK and the rest of them. A later data shows that between 2013 and 2022 shows again that the US private investment, which is basically a reflection of the interest that private organizations, private individuals have in AI. Private investors in the US have invested the most in artificial intelligence, followed by China again, and the United Kingdom, and the rest of them. So there's a lot of interest in generative AI today. The interest is still there. Now, and the reason for this interest is not far-fetched, because there's this prediction that there's a huge economic, windfall that is to come with adopting artificial intelligence. And a PwC report predicted that by 2030, there will be that artificial intelligence would have added about $15.7 trillion to the global economy. And most of those gains are from productivity gains and also increased consumer demand. Now, productivity is not enough. Now, digital progress increases economic outcomes, but not all businesses and companies will benefit from it. Again, productivity can even destroy profit. I won't go into details about that, but when we talk about transformative AI, I'll speak to that a bit. So I have an example here. I mean, again, it's the same example about the inadequacy of productivity gains. And so if we look at the classical civilization era that includes the Greek civilizations and the later Roman civilizations, imagine that the technology that they had at that time to make clay pottery, to weave tunics, to repair horse-drawn carts, and to burn incense for the ill, assuming that those resources, those technologies that they had at that time, somebody stood up and said, oh, let's find a way to automate all of this. And the entire Greek civilization, Roman civilization automated these particular processes. Two things will happen. Yeah, they will find a way to do all of those things they were doing in that civilization in a very easy manner. But would it lead to an improvement in the standard of living of people as we have experienced now, as we move from that civilization today? Would we be able to move from those times up to the civilization we have now? The answer is actually no. And the reason is that the better standard of living that we have today is because humans innovated. So the ability to create new things and new ways of doing things that add value to our human existence is the true bane of both transformative technology, which AI is supposed to be, and business itself. Yeah, as someone who belongs to the business world and the field of management, I believe that business is a force for good, and most of the transformations that we've seen in the world has been brought about by businesses, whether directly or indirectly. And when we say AI having influencing businesses in the future, AI is supposed to be able to help businesses achieve this particular aim, which is the greater good of society as well, apart from profit. So again, the ability to innovate is the most important thing. The generative AI that we have today and that is under development today, unfortunately, is unable to innovate. It might generate different versions of things. I mean, the aim, the simplest way to express that is that the aim of generative AI today is to, and most of the race towards artificial general intelligence is basically to mimic human intelligence, to be able to do everything that humans can do very well. However, AI will shape the future of management and marketing through its transformative, not generative capabilities. Its generative capabilities will help to increase, again, productivity gains, but not to actually help business transform civilization and bring us to that point where our standard of living is better than it is today. So if we revisit the sub-stages of artificial intelligence that I actually talked about, the origin, the beginning or the introduction of artificial intelligence, machine learning, generative AI. The future beyond generative AI would be dominated by transformative AI, especially for business. And I'll speak to what transformative AI is in a few minutes. So transformative AI is advanced AI capabilities that have moved beyond mere generation to innovation. And this is where AI is able to think on its own, is able to generate, to innovate new processes, new ways of doing things, new products, not repeating the things that we can do. Yeah, being able to generate new or create or innovate new processes and new products. So AI that is more capable than humans. Now, more capable than humans is a key word here in creating new things and new ways of doing things that are both valuable and have never been done before. Someone, one author actually says that have never been imagined before. In other words, it's beyond human imagination. But these, and it's not a fluke in the sense that it just innovates something that doesn't work. It's something that actually provides value to both the business and to the society at large. Now, transformative AI versus artificial general intelligence. Now, transformative AI is the beginnings, or not to say the beginnings, but a narrower version of artificial general intelligence. While artificial general intelligence aims to make machines intelligent to the point that they can do everything that humans can do, transformative AI, on the other hand, only tries to help humans carry out those activities that would help them generate new ideas. Activities that include things like conducting scientific research, going through patent records, and actually from those, not identifying a new way of doing things or something, so doing things, but if you understand how human beings innovate, yeah? So they look for a gap in a particular industry. They think about ways to actually fill that gap with the aim that the gap is going to actually provide value. The same thing would happen with transformative AI. It would do all of those things. Yeah. Now, why it's not here is, for instance, if you look at the medical field, a researcher in a medical lab has to both write and then use the tools, the pipette chemicals, and run some tests and all of that, which are physical things. And before we can actually come to a point where we have artificial general intelligence, AI has to leave our screens. It has to leave our laptops. It has to actually operate in the physical world as well. The best that we have today with, many of you must have followed Tesla's, robotaxis and all of that. Now, that is a way that artificial intelligence is basically used, but that's basically advanced levels of automation. Can it think for itself? Can it think for itself in innovative ways that it had not been programmed to do? Now, the concept of neural networks, I'm sure most of you are familiar if you're IT students, is basically something that, even though you have all these large language models helping us churn things out from ChatGPT, but most of the AI scientists do not actually know how neural networks actually work. It's something that has not been cracked, and that is part of the reason why artificial general intelligence is still far off. Because first you have to crack how so some people are saying to train other AIs that would study neural networks and tell us how it actually works. So that's something in the AI in the AI field that has not happened right now, and that's very pivotal. Is key basically. In other words, if we understand how AI thinks, then we can program AIs that might be able to think for themselves. Yeah, but if we don't know, which is the current situation, if we do not know how it actually thinks, we actually train it. But then when we give it these vast amounts of data, how it actually evolves its thinking, they do not know till date. So again, I was trying to differentiate both. That transformative AI is a narrower version of artificial general intelligence. It concerns itself with developing AI innovative capabilities that transform entire industries through the creation of higher order products or services or ways of producing or performing that are superior to human generative AI capabilities than human intelligence or generative AI capabilities. So, however, since artificial general intelligence is not here yet, transformative AI is yet to come. There's a website. How many of you know this website called Metaculus? No? So it's a place where is also AI powered that tries to predict the nearest time when artificial general intelligence will actually surface. And if you look at the one at the bottom, the predicted date for artificial general intelligence to show up, because again, like I said, transformative AI is a narrow version of artificial general intelligence. It says that it will show up in 2032. But then if you look at the one on top, it says, when will the first weekly general AI system be devised, tested, and publicly announced? That's basically how many years from now? 3 years. Yeah. So we may actually be able to test models that basically mimic transformative AI in a few years to come. Now, having said that, knowing that transformative AI is not here yet, but I mean, the consensus is it's the most important aspect of future AI development that is going to actually have impact on businesses. Yeah, transform business, transform marketing. The best we can do is to basically predict what will happen when transformative AI shows up. And I'll use the same examples that I used before. Yeah. So how transformative AI may shape management. Now, today, where we have generative AI, we said that these organizations use AI-driven robots to automate tasks in their warehouses, factories, and assembly lines, and all of that. What transformative AI may actually do is to create new, never before imagined alternative ways of automating tasks in warehouses, factories, and assembly lines, or even redesign these facilities to maximize value for businesses and their stakeholders. By the way, whatever new alternative it comes up with should be, bottom line, beyond the imagination of humans and beyond the capabilities of generative AI. The second example that I gave for was in decision making, where Netflix, Spotify, and Amazon use AI algorithms to recommend self-personalized recommendations, to recommend personalized contents, playlists, and all of that. Transformative AI algorithms may be able to design innovative ways of personalizing content, playlists, and products, as well as innovative ways of recommending them to customers, leading to higher levels of customer satisfaction and retention. Ways that are higher than those human intelligence or generative AI can imagine. And for marketing, transformative AI can imagine new personalized makeup product lines, clothing lines, hair color lines, not items. For individual customer, it might take personalization one step further, creating an entire line for an individual based on their preferences. And again, the ending part, based on the best possible attributes that both consumers and brands are not yet aware of, but ones that maximize value for both. I believe that the age of transformation AI, transformative AI, is the age that is going to have the most profound effect on businesses, on management in general. And we're all having our fingers crossed, hoping to see how that future would look. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Hocam. At the moment, we won't have a time for questions. I'm going to ask Nadir Hoca to make her presentation. If we have time at the end, then we'll take the questions together. Is that okay? Okay. Nadir Hoca'nın açalım. Bir önceki sunum. Nadir Hoca kaçta bitirelim? Şey var. Ona göre ayarlan ben. Çok geçelim.
Yes, dear colleagues and dear students, welcome to our panel. I don't want to take too much time for you because a little bit we are late, but I will try to summarize and highlight only the most important points that it will create imagine on your mind that what it will weight us on education perspective. And Professor explained in detail of the artificial intelligence and the generation of the artificial intelligence. I don't want to focus on there. I will pass these parts. And we will focus only the education, how the artificial intelligence affects the education. This diagram shows us the historical development of the artificial intelligence. Most of us hear the artificial intelligence, especially ChatGPT in 2022. But if we check carefully this diagram, we can see that it is not enter our life, the artificial intelligence enter our life in that year. It was developed the first in 1957, but after that, on the years, it should be create some tools that it will create more effective imaging on our logic. For example, in 1964, it's ELIZA, that most of us hear that one. And after that, in 1967, we can hear the same, it's a intelligent tutoring system. And after that, in the 2008, MOOC, it's an open learning management system, which is give us the options to deliver the online courses, and most of them are free. And in the maybe the COVID will affect us because most of us on the home, and also maybe we cannot have a chance to make most activity on the physical environment. So at that time, the ChatGPT affect mostly all of the human of the world. And of course, this artificial intelligence, new technology will affect all the sectors, and of course the education. And as you see from these images, that it's the different of the traditional classroom, because in the traditional classroom we are knowing that students, teachers, and maybe the board, but in here is the different. There's no board, and maybe no teacher, the physically. But the students are there, but they are found on the different physical area all over the world. And also the another assistive technology support the education. Of course, if we are talking about this complex environment, we have got the new technologies, more assistive technologies, which is help us to create this visual learning environment. And these are only some of them, not all of them, but maybe we can hear it speech recognition software or text-to-speech and the others. And if we are talking about the artificial intelligence driving classrooms, again, these assistive technologies integrate and creates some tools, which is help the teachers to make more effective lecture and more effective and interesting learning environment for the students, because we are focused on the students and our aim to increase the academic performance. For this one, we need to make an interesting environment, motivate the students, at the end, increase the academic achievement of the students. So all of these tools help us on these issues in the future. And if we talk about little bit that one, the most important points of this new generative visual learning environment, we can create a personalized learning, and intelligent tutoring system help us for this one, because we are knowing that each student has got different characteristics, they has got different space to learn this something, maybe they need to make more repetition and etc. So this type of the intelligent system help us to do it instead of the lecturer. And if we think our 21st century, we are knowing that the lifelong learning should be our most important strategy, because the learning starts when we are born, but it will be continue until we will burn. So that all times we cannot find anybody to teach or to explain something to us. But this type of the systems help us instead of the humans. And of course, this system gives the automation of some administrative tasks for the teachers, and they help to develop their newest curriculum based on the real world needs. And of course, in these systems, in this visual classroom, we have got a learning assistance to help the students when they need, where they need. There is no any time and the place limitations. And also, if we are thinking this complex environment, of course, we collect most of the data, which is represent big data. And it is very difficult manually to analyze it. So that we need some intelligent system to analyze this learning, this big data for the learning activities. And also all of these learning activities are found in this type of these systems. And also, of course, the technology is changing, the learning strategies are changing, the programs are changing. So we need to develop the professors' skills who are teaching this material. So for that one, this type of the system will help them to do this one. But the most important things of these artificial intelligence environments, all of the sectors, not only in the education, is the ethical consideration and data privacy, because we are collecting private data from the learners, from the students. So this part is very important. And again, these are some artificial intelligence alternative tools and apps, because how we can do all of these things manually. And again, these are some of them which help to the person who want to use this type of the learning environments. For example, if you want to create a quiz or self-test assignments, we have got a special tools to use it, and it is very easy and simple to do it. Of course, there are too many benefits to the students. This is not only assumptions. In the literature, there are too many scientific research, and at the end of that, they can find the benefits for the students. And I don't want to repeat again, but I think that the most important one is we can reach this type of the environment and this type of the learning activities all over the world when we need. It means that the 24 hours and the 7 days. If you are thinking the traditional classroom, you cannot find the teacher outside of the specific time to ask something. But in this type of the system, it's possible. And of course, in the education, we have got students and the teachers. And this type of the system will create some benefits for the teachers. And in the if we summarize all of these activities or all of these benefits, it gives the more chance to the teacher to use their time more effectively to focus on the students' special needs that improve their academic achievement. And of course, there's a systems, it is not perfect. It has got some disadvantages, so we must be careful if we integrate this type of the systems in our life. Again, the first and most important one, data privacy and the security, because we have got a private data and they are big. And reduce human interaction, because inside of the traditional classroom, we have got face-to-face and discussion, etc. But in here, on the visual environment, we can make an interaction. This, as we see that there are too many assistive technology help us to create this environment, so it's increased the cost. And the ethical issues is very important. And opportunities for cheating, especially for the students for their assignments or the project or etc. And finally, I want to say that it's very important to balance the technology with human oversight, ensuring that the benefits of artificial intelligence are equally distributed while maintaining privacy and the ethics. And of course, there are too many applications are found on the internet, and some of them we are using. For example, we are using the learning management systems on UZEM. Is this some types of this environment? But again, our Artificial Intelligence Research Center developed another robots, Professor Ducks, and we are start to integrate some of our courses, and it is shared all over the world. So I want to show you the example from the real life that we can face it. Yes. It's a 10 minutes video, which is the Mr. Professor Dax explain what he can do and what is the most important features of the that system.
speakers. The moderator of the panel is the Rector of OSTİM Technical University, Professor Dr. Murat Yülek. Our speakers are Professor Dr. Gabriel Beschinski from the National University of San Martin, Argentina, Professor Dr. Travis from Newport University, USA, Dr. Manuel Pier Giuseppe Fortunato, an economist at the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, Professor Dr. Franco Mosconi from the University of Parma, Italy. Now, I would like to give the floor to our moderator.
Çok güzel. Masterlar, ekonomi. Evet, güzel. Hepsi diri çocuklar. Evet. Şimdi geldi galiba ama açıldı mı? Okay, can we start? Can we start? Ha? Kıbrıs duyuyor mu bizi? Kıbrıs duyuyor mu bizi? Okay. So, let me start this session of 2024 version of SEPİP. We are conducting this session here in Turkey, Ankara. Our session, the title of the session this year is a review of current industrial policy experience across the globe. We will have the following speakers, the following very valuable speakers to discuss this topic. We have Professor Gabriel Beschinski from Argentina, National University of San Martin. I guess, yes, Gabriel, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning.
Can you hear us? Can you wave your hands? Gabriel Beschinski. Good.
Yes.
I know it's very early time for Argentina, and we thank you very much for being with us today. And we have Professor Travis Taylor from Newport, US. Travis, can you? Yes. Okay. And we have Dr. Pier Fortunato from Geneva. He is a very seasoned economist of UNCTAD. Pepe, can you wave your hands?
Here I am.
Okay. And ultimately we have Dr. Franco Mosconi, my good friend from Parma. He was supposed to be here, but he couldn't come in the last moment. But we will have him soon. So this very valuable group of speakers we will talk about the current situation of current experience on industrial policy. As you know, industrial policy is getting more and more important, and it is becoming very popular now, not only among economists, decision makers, academics, journalists. Now everybody is talking about industrial policy from the US to China. And as we have been conducting this conference since actually 2014 under different forms, I think we can safely say that we have been one of the, let's say, architects of this new interest in industrial policy. Travis, can we say that? Do you think that we have been as SEPİP and this group of speakers have been one of the architects of this new interest in industrial policy globally?
I agree. We were ahead of the curve.
Your microphone is off.
Can you hear me now?
Your mic is off. Your mic is off. Anyway, I know what you are going to say. You will say you will support what I have said, I guess. That we have been working on this topic for a long time, and now it's getting global attention. Now, before we start, I would like to introduce you a very important guest in this session. Our guest in this session is Mrs. Veronica Abad, who is the Vice President of Ecuador, and she will say a few words to start this session in Spanish, of course, and you can, of course, use your OSTİM Technical University product ONTIS to listen to her in your own languages. Mrs. Abad.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias, queridos jóvenes de Turquía. Para mí un placer enorme estar primeramente con ustedes. Gracias a su querido rector, doctor Yulek, quien ha tenido la generosidad de invitarme a este espacio tan importante con ustedes. Un saludo muy cordial a cada uno de los profesores que me acompañan dentro de la sala. Para mí es un honor y un placer compartir países latinoamericanos como Argentina, países como Italia, Estados Unidos, y sobre todo que sea la academia parte del desarrollo de los países, que tiene que ver con la política pública, el desarrollo económico, y para mí es un privilegio como gobernante de mi país, de Ecuador, poder compartir y aprender de ustedes. Quiero aprender sobre el desarrollo importante de la productividad, quiero intercambiar conocimiento con Ecuador, su biodiversidad, su maravillosa tierra, junto con ustedes, que también lo que he podido conocer es de toda su maravillosa construcción en todo este tiempo histórico, muy importante para aún el conocimiento en el mundo. Para mí es importante que ustedes, los jóvenes, puedan relacionarse con jóvenes ecuatorianos, que puedan compartir y sobre todo transferirse los conocimientos. Muchas gracias, gracias por estar presentes, gracias a su universidad, gracias maestros por enseñarnos y pues de paso a lo que todos esperan. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Madam Presidente. We thank Her Excellency Veronica Abad to be here, and I know it's a surprise to all of you. She happens to be in Turkey, and she visited our university, and she accepted to be with us in the session, and she greeted all our students and you here in Turkey and in all over the world, as well as Cyprus. And I think it is only Gabriel who understood, because this was in Spanish, but he will translate us later as a summary. Okay, so as we don't have, thank you very much. Yeah, as we don't have a lot of time, we start very quickly with the same order as our banner. Our speakers, they will have 10 minutes to make their presentation, and I will try to remind if they go a little bit more. And then in the end, we will have a joint question and answer system for a few minutes, however the time is sufficient at the time. So we start with Professor Gabriel Lesinski from Argentina, University of San Martin. Actually, we have, as OSTİM Technical University, we have an agreement with University of San Martin. We have signed 5 years ago, and this is one of the fruits of that cooperation agreement to have Professor Lesinski to speak to us today. Okay, Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Microphone. You have to turn on the microphone.
I think it's on.
Can you just say a few words? I think you are on now.
Travis,
yeah.
Travis,
we hear you.
Hear me? Well, I will share my presentation. Okay. First, I'd like to thank SEPİP organizing committee and Murat in particular for inviting me to make part of this event. And of course, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. In these few minutes, I will try to characterize the industrial policy trends in Latin American countries, with special reference to Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina, the 3 largest economies in the region, and Chile, which together account for more than 3/4 of region's GDP. Unfortunately, I will not speak specifically about Ecuador, but the general trends includes all the countries in the region. Well, it's well known that Latin America has lagged behind developed countries in terms both of per capita GDP and productivity, contrasting with Asian economies that have managed, in most cases, to close this gap in the recent decades. The efficacy of industrial policy in fostering economic development has been extensively documented with scholars such as Murat, Ha-Yun Chang, and many others, providing not only theoretical arguments, but also compelling empirical evidence. Nonetheless, the optimal role of government intervention in shaping industrial development remains a subject of ongoing debate. Despite the resurgence of interest in industrial policy, the challenges of policy design and implementation have proven to be formidable. The contrasting experience of East Asia and Latin America underscore the importance of institutional factors policy coherence, and long-term commitment in achieving successful industrial transformation. Industrial policy in Latin America has a long history dating back to the early 20th century, when state-owned enterprises were established in strategic sectors like oil and steel. The interwar period witnessed a gradual expansion of state intervention, culminating in the import substitution industrialization model that dominated the region from the 50s to the 80s. And while this model contributed to economic growth and industrialization, it eventually faced a series of challenges, including policy inconsistencies and external shocks. The debt crisis of the 80s led to a widespread adoption of neoliberal reforms, which prioritized market-based mechanisms over state intervention. Two divergent development trajectories emerged in Latin America over the past few decades, one encompassing Mexico and Central America, and other one representing South America. The implementation of the North American Free Trade Agreement and the U.S. Central American Free Trade Agreements fostered economic growth, job creation, and export diversification in the region. Nevertheless, this growth model has largely characterized by specialization in low value-added maquila production, which relied heavily on low-skilled labor and exhibited a high degree of geographical concentration of exports. In South America, the adoption of pro-market reforms triggered the process of deindustrialization, which accelerated in the early 21st century amid the commodity price boom. The region's heavy reliance on natural resource exports, characterized by low value-added and price volatility, has left these countries vulnerable to external shocks, a recurring theme in Latin American economic history. Following the crisis of neoliberal economic models, Latin American countries embarked on a search for alternative development strategies with a renewed focus on industrialization. These new industrial policies typically aimed to enhance the competitiveness of existing industries, avoiding overly ambitious projects that exceeded the region's comparative advantage and limited absorptive capacity. A notable feature of this policy is the explicit inclusion of technological innovation. And while the level of public investment in industrial policy has varied across countries, some, such as Brazil, with the National Development Bank, have made significant commitments. Recently, the Lula administration launched an ambitious industrial development plan backed by a substantial public investment of $60 billion. Efforts to improve policy coordination and monitoring have also been observed in some countries. Several countries in the region have achieved notable successes in industrial development. Chile, for example, has leveraged its mining sector to promote sustainable development by investment in zero waste technologies, environmental protection measures, and biotech applications to the mining sector. Mexico has fostered the growth of an advanced manufacturing cluster in Monterrey, enhancing the value added of industrial production in the northern part of the country. Argentina has made significant strides in the development of Earth observation satellites through CONAE, National Commission for Aerospace Activities, and Brazil has emerged as a global leader in the small and medium-sized aircraft market with Embraer. However, these success stories remain isolated cases and have not yet triggered a broader structural transformation that would enable the region to overcome the middle income trap. Furthermore, some of the shortcomings of industrial policies persist. This includes shortage of skilled public servants and specialized agencies capable of implementing effective industrial policies, and the successful cases mentioned above underscore the need to strengthen public sector capacities. Fiscal constraints often limit the scope and ambition of industrial policies. Another persistent challenge is the lack of coordination among different government agencies and the absence of robust impact evaluation mechanisms. Finally, the private sector reluctance and sometimes outright opposition to industrial policies remain a significant hurdle in many countries in the region. The implementation, as conclusions, we can say that the implementation of Washington Consensus inspired pro-market reforms in Latin America led to significant structural changes. South American countries experienced deindustrialization and increased specialization in natural resources, natural resource exports, while Mexico and Central America integrated into the North American market through low value-added maquila production. Following the crisis of the neoliberal model, the region has been exploring alternative industrial policies that incorporate elements of contemporary global trends. However, these policies have been constrained by some of the shortcomings of past industrial policies. While there have been isolated successes, a more comprehensive and sustained approach is needed to achieve meaningful structural transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bezginski. This presentation was very comprehensive, as usual. Thank you very much. It's a high-quality presentation covering the major parts of Latin America. Now, we move to our second speaker. I think the order is Dr. Travis Taylor from Newport, Virginia. Travis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Murat. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Ulick, my friends at SEPİP, OSTİM Technical University, and Near East University. It's such a pleasure. This conference, as most of you would agree, is something that we always look forward to. It's always on my calendar for October. It wouldn't be autumn or October without SEPİP. So it's a tremendous pleasure to be back again. I was asked to talk a little bit about the recent U.S. North American experience with industrial policy on this OSTİM panel. And as you guys probably know, the United States has been very busy in the last few years. And so I'm going to fairly quickly cover the basic framework of the industrial policy that was used during the Biden administration. But I want to make sure I save time towards the end to talk a little bit about institutional capacity and unintended consequences. Let's see here. Okay, so there are four main pillars to the recent U.S. industrial policy. As you can see the timeline of events, most of these policies were actually legislatively passed in the 2021-2022 period. It is not an exaggeration to say that this has been the largest, most consequential, transformational use of industrial policy in American history ever. I went back to look at some of the seminal cases of government intervention in the marketplace in U.S. history, and while important, they just don't compare. So you have the New Deal of FDR, you have the Great Society, you have the early, more ad hoc industrial policy of the 1800s, but nothing compares in scale or scope to the current industrial policy that was passed under Biden. Whoops. Okay. And so just again, a real kind of high level overview of what has been passed. So this was the Infrastructure Act. I would call this one the most neutral of the industrial policies. This one certainly is aimed at transportation networks. It is consequential, right, of over about $1 trillion, and notably in the oftentimes acrimonious U.S. Congress, this one was very much bipartisan. There was buy-in from both the Republicans and the Democrats. So this one was long overdue. Honestly, this should have been passed a decade before. So this is a little bit of catch-up. The second one is called Made in America. It's not a specified dollar amount for this type of industrial policy. This one is actually what we would call, in economics, we would call this a type of local content protection, which is one of the types of levers or instruments that can be used in industrial policy using public procurement. And the primary objective of the Made in America is to enhance the Buy America requirements for federal government, thereby supporting American businesses, manufacturers, and workers. If you look at the third bullet here, it was consequential because it's in the process of raising the domestic material content for a number of large-scale U.S. federal government purchases from 55% to 75%. So that's pretty consequential. And then myself, and actually co-authored with Murat Ulik, we make a case elsewhere that while there are some good intentions of this policy, it was too broad in its application. It's too blunt in its application, and too many non-strategic products are actually picked up and causing higher costs that really are unnecessary for the American taxpayer. So this is a case of overreach. The third one that you might have heard about is called the Inflation Reduction Act. We're talking quite significant amounts of money. And this is why it's been sometimes coined as the Green New Deal or the Green Industrial Policy. reducing carbon emissions, electric vehicles, mineral supply chain, even throw in some prescription drug coverage for the elderly. This addresses like a lot of types of industrial policy. You see the standard theoretical arguments for industrial policy, such as addressing market failures. And we see this in environmental economics, concerns about clean energy. But it also serves multiple purposes, such as stimulating economic growth, the creation of some new higher value-added jobs, that's the hope at least, and promoting clean energy. There is some complementarity. I know you probably can't see that in detail, but there is some complementarity of the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act, where there is that that orchestrated crossover and complementing one another. We do see a rise. Certainly, there was already a secular trend of increased investments in clean energy. You can see there already was a trend prior to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. It spiked after the passage of that policy. The one that is really separating the current administration and prior industrial policies is the Science and Chips Act, which is about $250 billion, about $50 billion of it directly targeting semiconductor chips. Okay, so this one is more strategic. We think of targeting select production activities for successful industrial policy, and this would be kind of Exhibit A. This one, of course, if you follow the news, you know that the United States has multiple reasons why it's engaging in this, notably concerns about geopolitics, supply chain resilience, and strategic high-valued industries for the future. A little bit of the data to support how we want to evaluate these policies. As I said, there was already a secular trend across the world in terms of semiconductor chips production. So you can see that already there was, before the passage of the legislation, there already was a pre-trend in this manner. But as we see, the policies thus far have further stimulated these production activities. This is one example. So an American firm called Polar Semiconductor received the very first of the grant disbursements, $123 million in CHIPS Act money. And this is one of the smaller semiconductor companies, not one of the big ones that you might have heard of, Intel or Samsung, for example. But this was one of the smaller ones. Notably, this one used to be majority owned by a foreign company, but with the injection of the capital investment from the CHIPS Act, this American company actually ultimately became majority owned by the US, which is the intent of the policy. If you look here, the gray area refers to recessions, of course. This is just recessions. But you can see, right, as economists, we're always looking for evidence of causal inference of different policies. And as I said, the policy of the CHIPS Act and the Infrastructure Act and the Green New Deal is showing itself to be quite impressive. If you look at 2022, even when we control for other things and the nature of a business cycle, for example, you see this spike up in American capital investment. So the early returns are that there's been crowding in, not crowding out. I know I'm running out of time, so I won't be able to spend much time on this slide, but this shows some increase in employment. This shows increase in employment since the passage of the laws. But it should be noted that fabs and semiconductor chip manufacturing is highly technical, highly educated, and it actually doesn't increase employment that much relative to the dollar value of the capital investment. This is another visual of the crowding in effect of the U.S. CHIPS Act. And so you can see here's the U.S. CHIPS Act in the middle. Remember how I said about 50 billion, 52 billion of the 250 billion of the CHIPS Act was directly targeting fabrication foundries. And so you have this CHIPS Act investment, but then there's been a far greater private sector investment that followed. And then we just included China here for comparison purposes. So this is the amount from China in public investments in their chip manufacturing. This is the American CHIPS Act, the government stimulus, and this is the private sector response. There are some institutional concerns about institutional capacity. So, you know, on the plus side is that there's been more than half of the projects from the CHIPS Act are operational or on track, but then about 45% of the dollars put forth to the CHIPS Act are either delayed, paused, canceled, or unclear. And to quote, this is a bit troubling, right? When you read this, Dan Kim, who's the chief economist and director of the strategic planning industry analysis for the CHIPS program, he said in an interview, quote, "We're running around learning how to do this. We are running around and learning how to do this." So there, you know, whether we're talking about industrial policy or private sector firms, we know there's considerable learning by doing, and that's what we're seeing here. You know, probably this got more of a bad reputation than it deserved. But on the right is the Tesla network. So these are all the charging stations throughout the United States from Tesla, a private sector firm. And then meanwhile, you compare that with the public sector investment, where $7.5 billion from the Infrastructure Act has only built eight EV chargers in 2.5 years. Again, it suggests quite the learning curve and limits on institutional capacity. You can see the institutional capacity just based off of
Travis, how many slides do you have?
Yeah, I'll be done in just 1 minute.
Okay, this is, by the way, this $1 billion EV charger.
Yeah,
was very interesting.
That is fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, fascinating. Fascinating efficiency. Okay, so your slide, I guess. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm almost done. Yeah, so institutional capacity, you know, historians who have looked at this in the United States note the outsourcing of the federal government in the United States. A lot of the tasks have been outsourced over the last 30 years, and it has taken a toll on the institutional capacity. So if you actually look at non-defense federal employment in millions of people, it used to be 2.9 million people in the United States working in the federal government, and then it was approximately 2.1 million people working in the federal government, despite the fact that the economy is much larger in that interim period. So there are unintended consequences associated with these industrial policies that I list right there on the screen. I won't be able to have time to go over them today, but you know, there's questions about input prices, how some of these rare earth material prices are going to be pushed up on the world market due to some of these industrial policies. There's concerns about general equilibrium effects on the macroeconomy due to higher procurement costs. And we always care about beggar thy neighbor. We don't want to have subsidy races or duplication around the world. So, you know, there's been efforts to move towards more friendshoring to ensure that our friends, such as our friends in Turkey and South Korea, for example, and Europe, are not left out, and they can take part in some of these policies. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. This was again a very comprehensive and excellent presentation. Now we have to go very quickly to Pepe because he has to leave at 2 p.m. Dr. Piergiso Fortunato, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Murat, and thank you for inviting me. As Travis said, for me as well, is always an highlight of my fall, the SEPİP event, and I hope to be able to be back physically with you next time. So thank you once again. Let me see if I'm able to share with you my presentation, which is indeed. I'm having some technical issue here with the presentation. Let me see if I can quickly solve it. Otherwise, I think I can speak without slides. And not that important. It's probably, let me see if I manage to do this. That's fine. That's fine. I think I will skip the slides. It's exactly the same thing. We can discuss it. What I will try to do, it's a bit different from what.
Yeah, just try once more, Pepe.
Yeah, sure.
It might work.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Use the present button.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
The plus in it.
And then share. Let me see.
Did you press the present button?
Yeah, I am pressed present button, and I'm trying to find, and then I have the share as for other applications, but I cannot find the PowerPoint here, where my presentation is. When I have a window, let me see.
Use the Windows tab.
Yeah, the Windows tab. Yeah, let me see. Okay, so let me see if it works now. Yes. Okay. So now it should work. Is correct?
Is not there yet. Yeah, coming.
Okay, fantastic. Excellent. Thank you very much also for the technical assistant, Murat. So what I will try to do in these 10 minutes, it's a bit different than what we've seen up to this moment, in which the speakers before.
Also, please shift to full screen.
Full screen.
Yeah. Full screen, full presentation, whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay. And what I will do is not discussing industrial policy in one specific geographical context, while having a more general look to what is happening to the way in which economists and policymakers look at industrial policy and what has been changing, I would say, pretty quickly about industrial policy. Some of these emerged also in the presentation that we've seen earlier for Latin America and for the United States in the last few years. And it's basically the story that I will tell to you today can be summarized in 3 words. It's a story of hyperglobalization, which is the regime which characterized the global economy since the early 90s and the Uruguay round with the creation of the World Trade Organization. The polycrisis, which has been defined in this way by Adam Tooze a couple of years ago, that is the series of overlapping crises which have been coming together with somehow the pandemic of the 2020, coming from the climate change, which is making whose effects are becoming more clear and clearer, the debt and inflation crisis and the geopolitical tension, and then the situation in which we are arriving right now, what can be described by the last 2 or 3 years, in which we have been somehow substitute what it is a regime of hyperglobalization to a regime of hyperrealism. And I'll get back to these more in detail later on during my presentation. The bottom line, and this is what I will try to arrive at the end of the presentation, is that in order to rescue globalization, but a positive globalization, a globalization which is more conducive to economic development than the regime that we have been witnessing for over 3 decades, we need to rediscover policy space, and in particular, to find and to increase the policy space to design and implement industrial policy in developing countries. Because while for countries as the United States of America, for Europe, for China, for the biggest economies of this world, there is the policy space. That is, they can basically do whatever they want in terms of industrial policy, even ignoring the rules that they have set up to the WTO. This is very much difficult, much more difficult for many developing economies around the globe. Now, coming to the first of the two words that I was introducing to you before, what in UNCTAD we've been defining in the early 90s in one of our trade and development report, the hyper-globalization regime, a word that has been also used later on by Danny Roderick, which is a Turkish economist, by the way, and others. It was a regime characterized by deep economic integration in many respects, going from trade to finance to regulation, where the role of the markets was central. And of course, the other side of the coin is that if we think and if we believe in a central role of the market, then we limit the role of the states, and in particular, we limit the role of industrial policy, which are designed to change the structure of those markets and affect the market outcome. Overall, the vision that was inspiring that architecture was one in which the global economy, the needs of the global economy should always come before the national goals. Why this was the case? Because the idea and the perception was that of global economy and international free trade as a positive sum game, which is, as you can imagine, is totally the reverse to what we are witnessing like now in terms of look at the reality. Now, this regime, which led to an impressive growth of international trade, and of course, this year I've been witnessing also the development of global value chains around the world, has been characterized, in our opinion, by two important blind spots. First one, of course, has been the provision of global public goods. We have been advancing very slow in our negotiation on climate change in the different COP discussions and on global health. I think the failure in providing a quick waiver on the TRIPS agreement in order to facilitate the diffusion of technology related to the RNA vaccine has been a clear example of how this regime has failed from this point of view. The second blind spot that was true for both developed and developing economies, and for certain respect was even more true in advanced countries, has been somehow the abdication to external rules of domestic responsibilities related to trade, to investment and technology. Of course, the WTO is an example, the TRIPS agreement, the implementation and the decision to follow the trade and investment agreement with investment tribunals were curbing the possibility of intervening in the economic sphere by part of national governments. And this, of course, went hand in hand with the loss of political accountability. And we think that the loss of political accountability by part of policymakers in many advanced economies is part of the story which explains the crisis that Western democracy are living right now with the emergence of populist movement on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, apart from the blind spots, the regime of hyperglobalization has been also characterized by what we can define paradoxes. The first one is that the most successful economy in a regime in which market was privileged and the centrality of the market was chosen as the most important thing to defend, the most successful economy have been precisely those economies which have not been played by the rules of the international trade and international finance rules. The typical example of this is, of course, of China, which has been increasing, whose participation to global GDP has been increasingly very, very strongly since the early 2000s, since the accession of WTO. China took advantage, of course, of the condition of the WTO, but to do so, it was implementing important industrial policies. As, for example, thinking to the IRA that Travis mentioned before me in the later presentation, China has been applying those industrial policies as related to the greening of the economy, to electric batteries, to the processing of lithium or cobalt or critical minerals much earlier than US. And in fact, that's explained why now the 70% of capacity of production of electric batteries, for example, electrovoltaic batteries, is in China, and most of the refinement of lithium, for example, takes place again in China. The enormous reduction in the cost of all the renewable energies that we've been observing in the last 10 years, which has been increasing, is due, in fact, to the huge investment that China did, to the industrial policy, to the green industrial policy implemented by China. Now, the second paradox, in my opinion, and I think that in UNCTAD we always try to stress of hyperglobalization is that we have been witnessing in these 3 decades, since the early 90s to the end of the 2020, basically to the pandemic, to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have been witnessing to increasing global integration between countries. The level of trade and the level of interconnection through global and regional value chains has been constantly on the rise, as I was mentioning in the introduction of this talk. But at the same time, we have been listening to domestic disintegration. Inequality has been increasing dramatically within country as taxation rate have been decreasing. Here, just showing some data which show you the Gini coefficient for the US on the left side of the spectrum between, say, the early 80s, the Reaganomics, till the 2010, and at the same time, the reduction in the index of tax progressivity. So we have been witnessing to integration between country, but an important domestic disintegration, which of course have been fueling dissatisfaction. And that goes hand in hand. This again, it's another story. It's what we call the crocodile economics in Ankara. It's going hand in hand with an increasing concentration of economic and market power in few corporations, in basically all the markets. This is extremely clear if you think to digital economies and the big 7 companies in the Silicon Valley, but it's clear basically across the spectrum. Market power has been increasing, concentration has been increasing, and this has been giving even more power of political capture to the CEOs and main shareholders of this company. So that was the situation that Ankara had been endlessly denouncing in the last 30 years towards our trade and development reports. Then something happened, and this something is what Adam Tooze has been defining a polycrisis. The COVID-19 pandemic of 2020 has been somehow fusing with the climate emergency, which is becoming more and more evident. It's not new, the climate emergency, but the cost related to the increase in global temperature and CO2 emission are becoming clearer now than they were 10 years ago. The geopolitical tension, which started 2 years ago in Ukraine, and then be following with tremendous series of events which are characterizing all the Middle East at the moment, but also smaller events, like, for example, the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia, like what is happening in Somalia, and geopolitical tension between Ethiopia, Somalia, and Egypt. Basically, across the spectrum, we are living a moment in which we have enormous tension, and this has also been accompanied by strong debt fragility of many developing economy and an inflation crisis. Now, of course, the debt fragility of the developing economy is becoming even more evident in the last couple of years, because the currency of these countries have been devaluated with respect to the dollar, and great part of the debt of LDC in particular is denominated in dollars. So the effective level of debt has been increasing. Now, I don't want to discuss about the end of the Bronze Age, which is a terrible historical precedent of a polycrisis, or what a polycrisis can mean for a globalized economy. But I will move to the consequences of this polycrisis and what is happening now to global trade. And a phenomenon that some have been defining globalization, others have been defining globalization. What is happening is that the incredible growth of trade GDP share, which have been characterized in the last 50 years, and in particular accelerating even more after the emergence of the WTO and the substitution of the GATT agreement with the WTO, has been coming to an end. This end have been the first important acceleration happened to be, of course, in coincidence with the global financial crisis in 2007 to 2008, and the COVID-19 emergency have been affecting even more this trend. Now, what is the reaction of the most economic?
Pepe, your slides are not moving. Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know. I know, because for me are moving.
Yeah.
Look, it's not important. We are basically there. So it's the last slides. The last technical slides were just showing the reduction in increase in the share of global trade over global GDP. So that's the remaining 2 slides are just words. So I think
we see only the first slide.
You just see the first slide. This is the
first slide.
Well,
we are still.
So let me stop sharing. And so at least you don't see the first slide, and I can resume from here. But it's not, slides were not really important, just showing some of the things that I was saying. What I was saying now is, so where we stand now. What is the way in which the biggest economy, the largest economy in the world are reacting to this new situation and pretty worrisome situation, well, the mindset of policymakers around the world dramatically changed to what somebody have defined hyperrealism, others have been defining neo-unilateralism. What is happening is that we have moved from a vision of the global economy as a positive-sum game to the vision of a global economy as a zero-sum game. You can think to the first tariff spikes of the Trump administration as a beginning of this change of mindset. And the increasing dominant view in many capitals of the world is that trade wars, economic sanction, there are over 30 countries right now that are under economic sanction, and friendshoring. This is what Margaret Yellen was suggesting in a speech a few months ago. That is, we should think not to global value chains, not to regional value chains per se, but to value chains with countries which are like-minded. This is becoming the reality, which is reflected in the adoption of important multilateral measures. One critical example here is the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Measure, implemented and adopted by the European Union, which of course has important negative externalities of many developing economies, and there is a strong tension in the WTO related to the adoption of this unilateral measure once again. Now, what is the good news? In part, for coming from an institution that had been always defending the role of industrial policy, even when, as the IMF was remembering a few years ago, it could have been defined as the policy cannot be named industrial policy. There is a rediscovery of industrial policy. Part of this comes with the Bidenomics. The Inflation Reduction Act is a big example of this. The CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, even earlier, with all the impacts that Travis was documented. But these policies in US, and not only US, in China for the very same reason, are becoming a geopolitical tool. They are not only an industrial policy thinking to the country per se, but are used to increase the role of the country, of certain countries in the world. And therefore, the bad news which comes with this is that in a context like this, if we leave the world as a zero-sum game, we have very grim prospects for global cooperation at a time where it is most needed. Another negative consequences, if you want to speak, and externalities on developing countries is why big economies can afford implementing certain type of industrial policy, but from a financial point of view and from a political point of view, smaller economies cannot do that. So they are somehow losing some degree of industrial sovereignty. Now the question, and I'm coming to the conclusion of my presentation here, is this really the only way forward? Will trade wars becoming the normal feature of international trade and finance as they've been in the last 4 years, and unfortunately not only trade and financial wars, but even real wars? We do think that ensuring national security in the absence of the global enforcer, which is the situation we are living right now, does not necessarily imply a world of endless conflict. And in fact, what we think is that we need a few things, basically, to rescue globalization. And the most important thing that we need is try to rebalance the prerogative of nation states and the requirements of an open economy. I think that what we failed and what many economies failed, and somehow as academics, as intellectuals, we have been failing as well in the last 30 years, is that believing in this story, fully believing in the story of the positive sum game, we have been putting somehow behind the prerogative of individual nation. I think now what we need, but in advancing in developing economy, and the crisis of Western democracies is part of this picture, of course. It is due to the increasing inequality, to the stagnation of real wages, and to the increasing concentration of the market. We need to prioritize domestic agenda and stability. We need to restore social contract, which is not inimical to open economy. It's essential to it. It is the whole idea which was at the base of the Bretton Woods years, where that stability and social contract were a necessary condition for having effective world economic cooperation. These would also imply permissive rules on intellectual property rights, so changing the TRIPS, and the right to protect at the country level standards, regulation, and tax regimes. We need more space for individual countries. Let me close the presentation with the words of Jake Sullivan, which is the national security advisor of Joe Biden. In a talk a few months ago, he was discussing this very important concept of small yards and high fences. It is what he was saying, and I do agree with this, is that the individual countries should have enough space to implement industrial policy, which is also strong industrial policy. So this is the idea of the high fences, but for small yards. only for certain sectors of the economy, like, for example, the artificial intelligence, if you want, which are really delicate for the future and future security of the country. Now, while I completely agree that this is the way in which we should think industrial policy, I don't think that what US is doing, that what China is doing, that what the big power of this world are doing is small yards. For sure, I fancy is not small yards, and this is suffocating the rest of economies around the world, is particularly the more vulnerable of these economies. Thank you very much, Murat, for inviting me.
Thank you, Pepe. You ultimately took the topic to US again, which is very interesting. I'll try to, after this meeting, I will try to get a copy of our newspaper article we wrote with Travis some time ago and distribute it to people here, our students here and professors, and also to the group, because we wrote about Biden's policy some years ago, I think, with Travis, as he was mentioning. And thank you very much, Pepe.
Thanks a lot, Murat. Thank you very much. I'm sending in the chat the link to an article which I wrote few months ago on this issue, in case you are interested and you want to distribute. And I see you soon. I have to leave, unfortunately. I'm very late for another meeting. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much to everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay. So you hear the applauses. Now we have our last speaker, Professor Franco Mosconi from Parma, University of Parma. And he's the primary expert on European industrial policy. He wrote a book back in 2015 on European industrial policy, and then he's continued working on it. So let's see what he's going to tell us today. Franco, it's yours. The floor is yours.
Many thanks to Professor Murat. Many thanks to all the organizer of 2024 SEPİP International Conference. A special thanks anyway to Murat, who invited me to the first edition of this conference, which took place in Istanbul in June 2014. And in the same year, 2014, I had the chance to publish a chapter, a contribution in the book Murat edited at that time on industrial policy, published by Springer. So it's a very nice occasion to be here once again. You should skip to the outline. Thank you, people in charge for the slide. Okay, this is the outline I will follow in my very short presentation, because many things I do share have already been explained. We should go to the next slide, because my starting point is the well-known Draghi report published by the President of the European Commission, Madame Ursula von der Leyen, and edited by Professor Mario Draghi. Why the current topic? Because industrial policy is being discussed at this moment throughout Europe, throughout the European Union. Industrial policy in itself is mentioned also in this report, and you can see the two quotes I have written in this slide, where industrial policy has been mentioned. Going through the whole report, it will be easy for everyone to better understand that the main reference is the work of Professor Dani Rodrik, who is explicitly mentioned when Professor Draghi and the other colleagues wrote the report. Current topic number 2, we have a second important empirical evidence that something is changing in the European landscape. Mr. Enrico Letta, a former Italian Prime Minister, published in April a new report on the single market, which is in many respects the major achievement of the European Union. The title of this report is Much More Than a Market. You see also in this case a couple of quotes, and the emphasis going through the Mr. Letta report is on the so-called fifth freedoms. Fifth freedoms taking into account the 4 freedoms already established in the European single market: goods, services, people, and capital. Sorry, a few seconds. I need a few seconds to finish the Letta report. Thank you. The fifth freedom, this is the key point. The emphasis of the potential fifth freedom is on research and innovation. I would like you all to bear in mind these 2 reports, Draghi and Letta, for a few minutes, and I'll move back to them later on. We should go ahead. We should move on with the following slide. Okay. These couple of new reports, no, there is another one before, going back number one, sorry. No, no. Okay. The point is, the point is that putting the new reports I have just mentioned in the right perspective, we should say that in the European Union, a new approach, a new method for industrial policy has been envisaged. Prodi Commission, Barroso Commission, Juncker Commission, von der Leyen Commission, all these teams have worked on a new approach, and my favorite definition is the integrated approach. You see, since 2002, that means horizontal policies and vertical application. This is the key point. The European Union has carried out an argument that only horizontal policies are not enough. We need some vertical application in order to implement industrial policy. Go ahead. Thank you. In this perspective, if we go ahead, we should see some project, some tools that have been developed at a European level. And I would like to draw your attention on the first one, the important projects of common European interest. Today, we have approximately 10 of these important projects in fields such as batteries, hydrogen, semiconductors. Why is a sort of a best practice these important projects? Because are examples of supranational cooperation between member states. And in the same vein, being in an academic context, I would like to mention the couple of well-established EU programs dealing with research and development, Horizon, and with students, teachers, and more in general, human capital, the Erasmus. Okay, drawing some conclusion, the key on as far as governance is concerned, the key issue is what has been designed and or built. Is that enough? No. If we take into account the existing gaps with the US and with Asian countries in terms of productivity, rate of innovation, and so on. So now I think that the European Union at a supranational level and its member state must exploit the potential of the three road maps that have been drawn. The body of Communication Commission named New Industrial Policy, the Letta report and the Draghi report. These three road maps deserve merit, and we should implement the three road maps taking into account what is going on. In practice, I think that the empirical evidence in our field, we are all experts of industrial policy, and so to look at the empirical evidence is an important tool of our research activity. To my mind, the most important characteristics of what is going on in Europe are the so-called European champions. In previous work, Murat has been so kind to mention the book of 2015. I'll show you the cover. I have tried to draft, to sketch a taxonomy of European champions. You see type 1, type 2, you see some example, and of course, at present time is the right side of the slide, the most important ones, because the European champions we will try to build, Europe will try to build, are the European champions result of the cross-border mergers and acquisition deals. In conclusion, the clearest way of presenting the industrial policy is the triangle. Side number 1, competition policy. Side number 2, commercial policy. Side number 3, technology policy. Today, more than in the past, to my mind, technology policy, what we normally call technology policy, means knowledge investment and investment in enabling technology. That's the point. And my final comment is, Europe, the European Union, must reinforce the third side of the triangle without abandoning the first two. And reinforcing technology policy means a role for the supranational level of government, for the EU in itself. This is the missing link and what the European Union should do in the coming year to implement the so-called technology policy at a supranational level of government. The last slide is the cover of the book. Is the cover of the book. Could you skip this one and to go to the last slide, please? There is the cover of the book I published in 2015, where I attempted to tell the story of the new European industrial policy.
Can we shift to the last slide? I don't know who is controlling it. No, before.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the cover, and in this book, and Murat has contributed to my thinking because, as I said, in 2014, I published my first chapter on European industrial policy in the book Murat edited with Springer. In this book, I tried to tell the story of the new European industrial policy, the subtitle Global Competitiveness and the Manufacturing Renaissance. Why new European industrial policy at that time? Because I had already perceived, looking at the reality, looking at the empirical evidence, looking at the government activities, that the industrial policy is a necessity in our century. Many thanks for your attention.
Franco, we thank you very much. As usual, this presentation was very useful and excellent in taking us to the same page as what's happening in Europe. And I think a lot of what you have said is in sync with what Travis has said about the US. There is something like a convergence of policies, apparently. What I think we are missing in this session is China. But now it is too late to have someone talk about China. It could be Ali Akkemik who could talk about it. Maybe next year we'll have a fifth speaker about Far East. I think that's what is missing in this session. Okay, now we have really gone beyond our time period. We thank all of you for contributing to our conference this year. And we thank, you don't see the students here, graduate students, undergraduate students here in Ankara. But I have and I will send you some of their pictures. I have seen that a lot of them have been taking notes while you were speaking. Some of them are at the level of starting to write their master's thesis in industrial policy. So maybe they can work with some of you back in the US or in Europe or in in Argentina, etc. So this is just a note that I wanted to pass to you and our students here. So we thank all of you, and we are closing our session. We have just one more step, very quick step. Bir şey sunacak mıyız Veronica Hanım'a? We will have a small gift of token to Mrs. Vice President. Ben de vereceğim. O zaman okay. So we will change the location a little.
Kaydediyorum buradayım.
Sí.
Olha mesmo. Normalde normalde 2.50'de mola vardı. Bundan sonra mola var.
Şimdi biraz zamanı kadarıyla bak onlar da bekliyor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still continuing our panels. Our next panel will be from our guest speakers across the seas, Dr. Mateusz Labruni, Mr. Yukiro Sato, and Dr. Victoria Dome, all from Cambridge University.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us know when we can start, please.
I'm sharing my slides. Can you see them?
No, not currently.
Öğrencilerin aynı. Kimse dinlemiyor. Adam kesinlikle bana çekiyor. Öğrencilerin kalemi. Merhabasınız. Sağ olun. Teşekkürüz. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Mr. Matthew,
Yes.
Dr. Victoria, Mr. Yes, you can hear us.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We are having some evacuation problems on our end.
That's okay.
We apologize terribly for the delay.
Oh, you can see the slides now. Now they're gone.
I can see the slides.
Can you? Oh, I can't.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Okay. Can you see the slides? You can hear it?
Not now, but
yeah, before, yes.
Before, yeah. I just seen it.
Ah, there they are.
Oh, yeah, and now, yeah.
I'm very sorry. We will introduce you once more from the top. We thank
hello.
and our guests for their contributions. I would now like to invite Dr. Mateusz Lebrini, a political analyst from Cambridge University of Cambridge, Mr. Yukihiro Sato from the same, and Dr. Victoria Dome, again from the University of Cambridge, to deliver their speeches. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm very happy to be here presenting on this industrial policy focus conference, which is a topic I'm fascinated about and have dedicated my professional life to studying. And thank you so much, Professor Murat Yülek, who I met last year at an expert group meeting of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. And right now, it's great that we are able to keep the link, the connection, and that we are able to share here some of our research with your students and with the broader community of SEPİP. So without further ado, I think I will just give a brief background of how this presentation, what we're going to present here, came to be. It is a paper that we are developing in conjunction. The paper is being led by Yukihiro Sato, who is our colleague, who is here with us today. And Victoria Dome and myself, we are supporting the writing of this paper. It has been a paper that Yukihiro developed while he was doing his master's here at the Institute for Manufacturing at the University of Cambridge. And since then, we have built on his excellent work, and we're trying to turn this into an academic publication. The paper itself talks about the recent semiconductor policies. As you may know, there have been quite a bit of change on that front. I'll let my colleague Victoria explain a bit more on that. But what we try to do here is to create a new framework to analyze these recent semiconductor policies. Okay, so thank you very much, and I'll pass on to my colleague Victoria for some initial remarks on the paper. You're muted, Victoria.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mateusz. So before we kind of go into the sectoral policy characterization framework that we have developed and its application to semiconductor policies, I would like to kind of give a brief introduction or context to why we are doing this research and what the motivation behind our work is. So I'm sure that many of you are aware of the kind of increased renewed interest in industrial policy, despite after decades of relative demise during the 1980s up until the 2010s. These new industrial strategies are really trying to address industrial and policy challenges and opportunities, including things such as national security concerns stemming from the US-China trade war, supply chain disruptions that have been really highlighted by the COVID-19 pandemic, international production fragmentation calling for reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, but also environmental concerns that have been reaching priority on the agenda of governments and businesses, but also fast-paced technology development and the race among countries and increasing technological demand because of things such as 5G, AI, robotics, automation of factories, self-driving cars, etc., etc. And all of these things are obviously also related to economic security and economic wealth creation, which these industrial policies and strategies are trying to address. So semiconductor policy is really one of the most notable examples addressing several disruptions and changes in the global landscape. So I'm sure many of you are aware that several countries and governments have recently published semiconductor strategies, including the European Chips Act, the US Chips and Science Act, the Japanese strategy for semiconductors and digital industry, the Korean strategy for achieving semiconductor superhouse, the Taiwanese Angstrom Semiconductor Initiative, among many others that are out there in the world. And if we just look at these industrial strategies, as I underline in red, we can really see that these are highlighting some of these factors that I just mentioned earlier. For example, here is competitiveness and resilience, digital and green transition, Europe's technological leadership, US leadership, semiconductor research, development, manufacturing, and workforce development, securing jobs, securing domestic supply, securing the foundations of a digital industry that will support the economy, strategic, essential and strategically independent, the global supply chain, digitalization, and the greenness. So this is really kind of highlighting the rapidly changing environment that these industrial strategies are trying to address. But in addition to all of this, obviously, there is the complexity of modern industries, right? So if you look at, for example, the semiconductor global value chain, we can really see how complex it is. If we just look at the example of a smartphone processor, you can see that each global value chain segment is really dominated by a different country. So if we just look at starting from design architecture and chip design, which is created in the US using UK IP, going to materials, silicon is mined in the US, which is then processed into wafers in Japan. Then there is equipment, which is developed predominantly in the Netherlands, US, and Japan. Manufacturing really happens in Taiwan, and then assembly, packaging, and testing in China. So this really kind of highlights the complexity of modern industries. And then another kind of related point to this is something that has been highlighted by the COVID-19 pandemic is the bottlenecks across semiconductor supply chains. So for example, if you look at this left-hand side chart, we can see that we can see the market share of the world's top 5 semiconductor manufacturing companies. And we can really see that TSMC, a single company, is really dominating almost all technology nodes in manufacturing semiconductors. And this is not only about kind of the more advanced semiconductor technology nodes, but also about legacy nodes. And the same thing goes for looking at manufacturing equipment. So if you look at, for example, lithography machines, which are some of the most complex and expensive technologies, we can see that ASML, a single company is again dominating the market at 93% of market share. So such concentrations in kind of supply chains make them really vulnerable to potential disruptions that can be caused by, for example, shifts in global demand, geopolitics, pandemics, natural disasters, which all require the government to make more strategic choices. And that's something that we are quite interested in understanding. So the research question that we are trying to answer with this work is really, how do we comparatively analyze complex industries and policies to enable formulating industrial policies? And several frameworks exist in the literature to analyze policies, but none of them are really detailed enough to cover all these dynamics and complexity to enable comparative analysis. So the objectives that we set out for ourselves is really to develop a new sectoral policy characterization framework, to adopt this framework to a specific use case, which in this case is semiconductor policy, and to test its comparative power through a case study where we are comparing pre-COVID and post-COVID semiconductor policies of Japan. And here you can see the sectoral policy characterization framework that Yukihiro has developed. And now I would like to hand over to Yukihiro, who's going to tell us a little bit more about the framework itself.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. So let me now start explaining our research method. So our research method consists of 4 steps. So, okay, so this right. So first step is a literature review, which led to the sectoral policy characterization framework. And step 2 involved a policy document analysis regarding semiconductor policy. So the covered countries are the 6 major semiconductor countries and regions: US, EU, Japan, Taiwan, China, and South Korea. And step 3, semiconductor, semi-structured interviews were conducted in these 6 countries. And through step 2 and 3, we developed the semiconductor-specific policy characterization framework. And in step 4, we interviewed the Japanese semiconductor expert in order to apply the semiconductor-specific framework to the Japanese semiconductor policy. So in this step, experts were selected from not only academia, but also industry and government. So next slide, please. And now I turn to the result and the discussion section. So first, we conducted a literature review of key existing industrial policy frameworks, as you see in the slide. So each of 4 industrial policy frameworks present here has its analytical targets, characteristics, and advantages. Through our overarching analysis of them, we found that there are commonalities and even a missing dimension. So next slide, please. So based on this existing literature review, we developed a framework for analyze contemporary sectoral industrial policies. So first, we found that all existing frameworks include policy tools or policy packages in the dimensions. They're essential for analyzing industry policy, and we added them to the framework. The key point here is that industry policy tools are used in combination. And secondly, we also found that the industrial systems is also a common thing. However, the industrial systems has broad meaning to interpret. So for this reason, we decomposed the industrial systems into 2 dimensions for more detailed analysis. So that is value chain segments and product types. So furthermore, we found that the existing frameworks don't address why industrial policies are implemented. In other words, they don't address any of the drivers behind the industrial policy making. So for example, these days, governments formulate industrial policies in response to geographical risks, as Victoria said, but nevertheless, existing frameworks don't address these perspectives. Therefore, our framework adds drivers, so at one of the dimensions. So, and then next slide, please. We applied our sectoral framework to semiconductors. So you will notice that the product types has been replaced by the semiconductor chip types. So from the following pages, I will explain a detailed analysis of these 4 dimensions. So first dimension is policy drivers. Through policy document analysis and interviews, it became clear that there are a wide variety of policy drivers. But in order to organize them systematically, they are classified into 3 categories. So there are geopolitical, technology push, and demand for drivers. So with the response to 3 categories of windows of opportunity. So for example, in the geopolitical drivers, we found things like national security and supply chain security. And in the technology push drivers, in the middle, the most advanced semiconductors like the latest 2 nanometer nodes semiconductor chip were one of the key drivers. And the last, the demand pull drivers include AI and self-driving car and so on. So next slide, please. The second dimension is the value chain segments. So through the literature reviews, we found there are many segments in the semiconductor value chain. It's very, very complicated, but we reorganized that segment using the result of our interviews as shown in this slide. So the main production processes are stage 3, chip designs, and stage 6, manufacturing, and stage 7, assembly, packaging, and testing. But These processes are supported by design architecture, materials, and equipment. Additionally, all these segments are supported by R&D. So next slide, please. The third dimension is the chip types. So through our research review, we found chip types can be classified in several ways, depending on their purposes. With response to the existing literature, we thought the best way to categorize chip types from policymakers' perspective is very important point. And the most appropriate way is to divide them into 4 chip types: logic, memory, analog, and power semiconductors. Because these chip types can be analyzed in close connection with the key application targets by the policy. So I will show the example. So logic chips include CPUs, and the main application for CPUs are computers and smartphones, for example. But this application can be divided into the latest or conventional purposes. And the application sector development stages and R&D intensity are also detailed in this figure. And next slide, please. The last dimension is the policy tool mix. We created 7 domains and the rest of them. So these domains are not parallel structure, but a hierarchy. Strategy directs the other domains from the top level, while macroeconomic policy support the other domains from the bottom. In between these 2 domains, there are 5 domains, like pillars: policy, trade policy, learning technology capacity policy, selective industry support policy, selective industry control policy, and S&D policy. The identified specific policy tools are listed in these dimensions. Next slide, please. So based on a detailed analysis of these 4 dimensions, the semiconductor specific policy characterization framework was defined in this way with greater resolution, as you see. So in this framework, the 4 dimensions, policy drivers, value chain segments, chip types, and policy tool mix are details. So now I'll hand over to Matthias for the Japanese case study. Thank you.
Thank you, Yukihiro. Yes, so as you can see, we went through a very thorough process of policy document analysis, interview with policymakers from various different countries. But we explored also a bit of Yukihiro's connections in Japan to have really an in-depth analysis of the semiconductor policy in Japan and analyzing how it changed from before COVID to post-COVID. And there's a lot of changes, which this framework here allows us to really visualize very well. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Here we have the pre-COVID-19 semiconductor policy of Japan. So the cut period here is from 2010 to 2019. And we identified here what are the main policies that were implemented in this period. And by analyzing these policies, we put them together all in this same framework here. And we can analyze that geopolitical factors were already driving some of these policies at the time. There was already political tension between nations, but as we will see, this increased a lot in recent years. We had already some technology push factors here, especially quantum computing was a big technology being pushed and leading to changes in semiconductor policies, and demand pull factors as well. But as you will see in the next slide that we'll show in a bit, these changed quite a bit from pre-COVID to post-COVID. If we look at the policy instruments themselves, we can see several things, right? So first of all, if we look at the chip types that were being focused pre-COVID, there was this focus on logic chips and power semiconductor chips, right? Where there were quite a few R&D grants in Japan for these types of semiconductors. There was also a tax incentive that was quite blanket and supported pretty much all the semiconductor sector there. And there were some export controls there on South Korea, also throughout the semiconductor, all chip types in semiconductors, right? But if we look at the value chain segments that they're focused on, we can see that the focus of the Japanese government was there on chip design and in materials manufacturing and manufacturing in terms of foundries, right? So there was this very selective approach to the semiconductor policies there that focused on the specific parts of the sector. So if we move to the next slide, please, we can see that this changed quite significantly in the 2020 to 2023 period. So based on what Victoria was mentioning about this increased interest on semiconductors and this return of industrial policies more accepted internationally, in Japan, it was similar because there was a growth, and you can see just visually using this framework that the policy changed very significantly. So first, in terms of the drivers, we can see that they became much more, there were many more things affecting the reason why the government was doing these policies. So national security became a common topic, economic security, supply chain security, reshoring, multilateral cooperation. So all of these things were starting to be mentioned much more explicitly in the documents. Also, in terms of technology push, there was more clarity around this important push on this 2-nanometer technology node, and also 3D stacked integrated circuits and agile design platforms there. On demand pull factors, there was also a multiplication of factors driving the policy there, with drivers, demand being seen as coming from various different sectors there. In terms of the policy themselves, we can see there is kind of a doubling down on logic chips in Japan. So really you can see that's where the policy is most dense, right? Where there are most policy instruments is still in logic chips. But you also see that there is kind of a spread across the semiconductor product types. So across the chip types, the Japanese government started really focusing, right? Spreading the focus to other chip types as well, such as going a bit towards memory chips, towards analog chips, and also power semiconductors. And another thing that we see is that in terms of the sectors, the segments, right, of the value chain, we see there is also a broadening of the policy, right? So they don't focus anymore only on chip design, materials, and manufacturing. Now there's also an interest in equipment manufacturing and in assembly, packaging, and testing, which before it was not at all a focus of the Japanese government, right? And finally, in terms of policy instruments, the big change that we see here is that before COVID, it was mainly focused on R&D grants and tax incentives. And after COVID, there is this very big introduction of industrial grants. So really grants dedicated to producing, right? Creating manufacturing capabilities, creating industrial capabilities in semiconductors, right? So we can see, and that's how we defend that this framework that we have built here is very useful, because you can clearly see changes, and you can use this framework to compare semiconductor policies across countries or over time, as we did here. So that is the goal of this paper, really, is to showcase how this framework can be useful for analyzing sectoral policies. So if we move to the next slide, please. It's just to bring some conclusions here. As we discussed, modern semiconductor policies are complex. They have complex structures. They have complex dynamics. They change over time. They have complex drivers, right? And the existing frameworks that we have reviewed do not account for such complexity, right? So we propose this new framework here that seeks to disentangle this complexity of sectoral policies. And the conclusions from Japan's semiconductor policy that we can take from this, as I said, there was an increase in the number of policies and the budget sizes. There was this increasing scope, both in value chain segments and in terms of policy instruments being used, especially with the introduction of these industrial grants. And finally, we can see that there are diverse drivers to this policy. There's much that is said about geopolitics being an important driver, and that is true. We also find that. However, we find that it's broader than that. There are other things driving this renewed interest in industrial policies and semiconductor policies more specifically, which are these very clear technological opportunities, such as the 2-nanometer technology node, and the increased demand sources, right, such as from artificial intelligence, self-driving cars, and other things, right? So I think I will stay here and we can maybe open for discussion. Unfortunately, I will have to leave, but I will leave my colleagues Yukihiro and Victoria to answer any questions, and we welcome very much your comments. We're still in the development phase of this paper, so if you have any suggestions how we can improve it, we are very much welcome to hearing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are out of time. So, Dr. Labruni, Dr. Berman, Mr. Sato, we thank you for your contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not be having a coffee break. We are now going to call our next invited speaker, Professor Dr. Manuel Gilberto Freitas Santo from the Polytechnic University of Cavado and Ave in Portugal to deliver his speech. Yes.
Okay, to Nadine, you see me? Hello?
Yes, we see you. Yes, we see you, and we can hear you.
It is good?
It is working.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, my presentation is about the importance of technology for the economic growth of nations. My name is Gilberto Santos. I am a mechanical engineer. I am a member of the Portuguese Order of Engineers and also a member of the Portuguese Association of Writers. Sorry about my head, but I had a minor surgery yesterday. Today it is okay, but I need to hide the bandage.
Sorry to interrupt you, Professor Santos. Will you be sharing your screen?
Sorry?
Will you be sharing your screen?
You can see my slides, my presentation.
We cannot see them currently. We can see you on your video recorder, but not your slides.
No?
It is coming. Oh, apparently not. Unfortunately, we do not see your slides.
In the test, all is okay. Do you see my agenda?
Unfortunately not. We seem to have a connection problem.
But in the test, it is okay.
In the test, I don't know.
Yesterday?
It's not visible to our technical team yet.
I don't know why.
Yes.
Yesterday it's okay without problems.
Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I think we will have to resolve it on this end. Okay. We do not know the problem yet. If you could mail it again, we will receive it.
You can see, no?
Not yet.
And it is okay?
Unfortunately not yet.
Yeah.
Once again, we apologize for the inconvenience.
But yesterday all is okay, no problems.
True.
But the link is another. This is the same of yesterday.
Excuse me for a moment, I need to discuss the problem.
Uh-huh.
Professor Santos, unfortunately, we couldn't do it. If you could mail your presentation again, we will try. Otherwise, if you could present without using your slides, we will be very grateful.
Okay. I try again, but
Okay. Well, we will be waiting for your emailed presentation. Otherwise, please proceed without it.
you can see, no?
We cannot. Please, if you email your presentation to us, we will download it and open it on our end.
Okay. I send the presentation by email?
Yes, please.
Okay. And what email?
Hangi email?
Okay.
We sent you an email, apparently. If you reply to that email,
I
place your
send.
presentation.
Okay, it's sent by email.
Okay, we will. We are checking the email now. Yes, your email has arrived and it's being downloaded right now. Professor Santos, you may begin your presentation.
Okay.
Yes. We apologize for the delay. Please take the floor again.
But Omeni, I have the next slide.
Mm-hmm.
It is only presentation. But I have not moved it.
So it's this.
You can move the slides. I can make. Yes. No,
yes.
Before. Okay. You move the slides, okay? Yes, you understand me?
I'm terribly sorry.
Okay.
Yes, please begin again.
I can move the slides.
I
can.
You can't move the slides. Yes, it will be on our end. Please give us a signal and we will change the slides.
I can speak, but you move the slides.
Yes, we will move the slides on our end.
Okay. You try to make presentation.
Yes.
To Nadine, thank you for your invitation. My presentation is about the importance of technology for the economic growth of nations. I am Gilbert Santos. I am a mechanical engineer. I am a member of Portuguese Order of Engineers, and I am a member of Portuguese Association Rights. Sorry about my head, but I had a minor surgery yesterday, but it is okay. I need to hide the bandages. My agenda. It is the fourth industrial revolution. Why don't many economies grow, like Portuguese and Turkey, on the way of generating wealth of nations, create a technological polity, and they have create their own technology, and I have a case study of Lion Laboratories, and to finish, the cake of developing countries and also the cake of developed countries are presented. Some information to start. Many of the ideas and figures presented here are part of my new book that I presented in last February. If it seems to you that is in this presentation I'm being very critical of developing countries, it is only because I would like to live in a better world. At the end of my presentation, as you are a conscientious citizen, please not be depressed, but beware and fight for a better world. We live today the fourth industrial revolution, and today the lesson of the first industrial revolution still remains valid. To extent to which society adopts technological innovation is the main determinant of progress. And for this, each country must have their own technology. For instance, the innovation dilemma. Rostow have 5 steps of economic growth, and Michael Port reworked Rostow theory and identified 3 stages to economic growth. The first is factor-driven economies. The second, the efficient-driven economies, where in this efficiency-driven, in which economic growth is based on the developing or more efficient production process with higher quality of products, Portugal and Turkey is here. And it is necessary go to the next step in the economy. for innovation-driven economies, where companies compete for the design, production, and delivery of new and different products and services using the most sophisticated processes. Technology development. If you ask a manager how to obtain technology, he responds, "We buy it." But technology should not be bought. Technology is invented, thought ideas, and developed in laboratories and companies to create new products that can be sold on this world market in dot private brands. This is the way of development. To have value creation, quality, and innovation, it is necessary to listen to the customer requirements and make technological innovation by products, on products, by project of products. This is one why the Portuguese economy is not growing. You can see we have the high-tech exports in 2012, 2021, and Portugal have about 5%. And Turkey is no numbers. This is OECD source. And this is the big problem for countries. High-tech exports, if you Czech Republic, Hungary, Denmark, Netherlands, Switzerland is okay. But Spain, no good. Portugal, no good. It's small. And Turkey is no numbers. And in the last 2021, you can see the high-tech exports, and Portugal is like Iceland and Greece. It is one problem of our economy. On the way of generating youth for nations, what is necessary? An idea. Our product started with an idea, and after invention, you conceive a new project before others, but you don't know if it will succeed in the market. It is necessary to make a patent. Patents are used to protect our technology from being copied. And after you have a new products that companies put on the market and make innovation. Innovation, if the market accepts the product, then innovation happens, and after we have economic growth. And it is the cost of unity of knowledge. It is all you investing in research and all you retire of the investment. And it is cheaper. It's 44 times cheaper in South Korea and Japan than in Portugal and Belgium. Why? Because what Portugal and Belgium takes away from what is invested in research and development is 44 times less than what Japan and Korea and South Korea take away. It is necessary to improve this and it's necessary to create a technological policy to overcome the deep crisis in which developing countries find themselves. It is necessary to carry out technological development, because without this will be not innovation, no matter how much science is done. In developing countries, engineering is more about production, process that designing of new products. This is the fundamental problem that needs to be resolved in Portugal and other countries. Turkey also. it is necessary to create a technological policy, which is why developing countries have the lowest wages in Europe and in the high tax. And you must be able to insert customer wish into the product. You can be what customer think, and after the designer, the engineer, the draftsman must put inside the products and compare with the market, and if he be able to make a good product, it's very interesting. This is like Japan. The next slide, please. It is a good example from Japan. Customer needs, you see, technical requirements, compare with what is in the market, and the new products for the world. Sony, Canon, Seiko, Sanyo, Mazda, Nintendo, and others. Better quality, no waste, better environment, better products, innovation, and Japan have not 3% of the planet area product, but have 6% of the world yield, and they start to improve products from other countries. For example, radios with transistor in 1955. And these prototypes and patents trends in Germany. And now information technology engineers are currently needed to design virtual prototypes. Physical prototypes are not made. It is a virtual prototype made by one company in Germany. It is excellent because physical prototypes are not needed, and it's necessary only virtual prototypes. It is trends in Germany and in other countries. And what you might make mad, for example, the next technology, it is green hydrogen powered car. This the next car is not electrical car, it's green hydrogen powered car. It is necessary to invest, for instance. The next, please. On innovation, engineers say that a new idea is an invention after it has been tested in the laboratory, but it won't becomes an innovation when it can be produced on significant scale and a viable cost, and it must be accepted by the market. Innovation is the guarantee of organizations' survival. The organizations needs to be innovative, which requires management to be creative. Engineering should be more about product design and product innovation than product on processes or process innovation. It's better product innovation. This is a case study interesting with the alcohol emitter. Made by Lion Laboratories in Cardiff in 1967. The first was science. The scientist Thomas Parry-Jones carried out basic research activities that allowed him to discover a new way of measuring the level of alcohol in blood using electrochemical cells. And after, this is science. But in 1967, he created a company, Lion Laboratories in Cardiff, together with William Dus, an electrical engineer, to develop the breathalyzer. This is technological development. In 2003, he told the BBC, I found that inventing the device was the easy part, but developing it, manufacturing it, and successfully and selling it, it was very difficult. And after, in 1991, the company was sold to American technological giant MPD for many millions of dollars. This contributed to enriching your country's economy. No, we have science, technological development to enrich economy. And what should developing countries do? Create a technological policy, improve the university company relationships, mind of work instead of cheap labor, conceiving and designing their own technological products instead of just producing what developed countries design, doing research, scientific research, but instead of writing papers, which are important to improve knowledge, it is necessary to register patents and making virtual prototypes and designing their own products, their own technology, and doing technological development. If necessary, several companies may be formed, merged to gain scale in terms of employees, revenue, and profitability. Sell their own products, their own brands in the market. There is no other way to development. It is the GDP of developing countries. It is about we have the capital gains of foreign multinationals, and it is the net income sent abroad. It is the GDP. For example, in Turkey, Turkey export data, like the motor vehicles, to each country, Germany, to United States, to United Kingdom, to Italy, to France, to rich countries of G7. And what is necessary to do? The next slide, please. We see the production cars in 2023. And we can see Portugal have we can see 1 million of cars made in Turkey. And my question is, how many of these cars are designed by Portuguese engineers? 0. And how many cars were designed by Turkish engineers? Think about this question and try to find an answer. And we can see also 4 million cars made in South Korea. How many cars have been designed by Korean engineers? Maybe all, and some of them are near me in the park. This is the big difference. If you produce of your design. And GDP by Simon Kuznets, when Kuznets resuscitated. He said, will you please stop using GDP as a measure of economic strength? It is no good for economic strength of the nations. And what is good? GNP, gross national product. Why? Because it is the wealth created by all inhabitants of that country during a year, and the capital earned by foreign branches of multinational companies from that nation. Portugal have small number of companies that have branches in Germany or United States. And this is the problem. This is increase this number. And net income sent abroad is closed. It is to enrich the economy. Next slide. To make impossible things, most of things we consider important in the world were considered impossible to do before they were done. It is not enough to do products that you know how to do. And before, please. Before slide. No, before. Yeah. It is necessary to challenge the market. No. The next. Yeah, it is good. It is necessary to challenge the market with new products from the nascent industry. New products. The next, please. Next. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And to create something, we need 3 T's: change, challenge, and cooperate. And there is a simple formula for the economic miracle to happen: scientific research, more technological development, more innovation. This is equal to developed economy. There is no other way. And this African popular story. Every morning in Africa, when a lion wakes up, he thinks, I have to be faster than the slowest gazelle or I will starve. When a gazelle wakes up, it thinks, I have to be faster than the fastest lion or I won't survive. With companies that don't innovate, similar things happen. For example, you know Kodak, Atari, Xerox, Yahoo, IBM, Hitachi, Polaroid. These companies were the slow gazelles of the world economy. And the winning countries, the winners, the change taking place in the world will affect our countries, economies, companies, and people. It is crucial to focus our attention and energy on cooperation between multiple partners that allow us to cross academic, social, and political, national, and industrial boundaries. The winners will those who can fully participate in innovation-driven ecosystems, providing new ideas, business models, products, and services, rather than those who can only offer low-scale labor or simplest capital. That is, those countries that only produce what the most developed countries create, conceive, design. It is a necessary mind of work instead of cheap labor. And this is the cake of developed countries. And it is necessary sometimes a cake of developing countries is only half of this. And it is necessary to create innovation, yield creation, and with technological development, design of new products, greater added value, creation of technological policy, increase the number of patents. And thank you for the for your attention. Teşekkürler.
Thank you for your presentation, Professor Santos. We thank you for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is about green economy and firm dynamics in Turkey. I would like to introduce our guests. The moderator of our panel is Associate Professor Bahar Erdal from OSTİM Technical University. Our speakers are Associate Professor Aslan Atabek Demirhan, a senior economist at the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, Muhammed Enes Çıraklı and Saide Simin Bayraktar, again from the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, and Özkan Özkara, an expert at the Ministry of Industry and Technology, Turkey. Professor Bahar Erdal, you now have the floor.
Oraya ben oturayım. Bu mikrofon bunu mu? Tamam. Okay. Dear friends, welcome you all. We have very distinguished guests today from the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey and the Ministry of Industry and Technology. As a former central banker, I am very glad to host my colleagues in our university. We have very interesting and very important topic, green economy and firm dynamics in Turkey. Our colleagues are very specialist about this issue, and I think we will learn a lot from them. Firstly, I would like to introduce Associate Professor Aslan Atabek Demirhan. Aslan Atabek Demirhan was born in Nicosia, Cyprus in 1978. She came to Ankara for university education in 1995 and graduated from Middle East Technical University Statistics Department together with a minor degree in industrial engineering. She took her master's degree in econometrics and mathematical economics from London School of Economics in 2004, and her PhD degree in economics from the Middle East Technical University in 2013. In 2021, she received the title of Associate Professor in Econometrics. She has been working at the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey for more than 20 years, since 1999. She worked in different departments of the bank as an economist, and she also worked at the OECD. Currently, she is working as a senior economist. Currently, she is working as a senior economics at the Investor Relations and International Organization Department. She actively continues her research activities on firms' dynamics and agricultural and food markets. Ms. Atabek Demirhan will going to present, make a presentation titled "Who are going green in Turkey? A firm-level comparative analysis." The floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I would like to thank you for being here. Today, I am going to present you our ongoing work entitled as Who Are Going Green in Turkey, work with Simin Bayraktar. as all we know, the most critical challenges of our generation and world is climate change. And this issue are more than just a buzzword, but needs to be considered urgently for our future. Let's start by looking at the current situation of this critical challenge. The first graph is taken from the national US webpage, climate.gov. And the second, and it shows the global average surface temperature over the years. And the second graph is generated for Turkey. And actually, these two graphs has the same or similar story. Climate change is no longer a distant concern, but it is happening now. And the recent statistics reveal a dramatic change in the average temperature over time. And this global warming has some consequences, such as we are observing more regional and seasonal temperature extremes, and also this global warming intensifies the extreme weather events. And for the last decade, observed global warming raises these sustainability concerns. Before going into details of our analysis, I would like to give some conceptual definitions. What is sustainability? In a dictionary meaning, the sustainability is the quality of causing little or no damage to environment and therefore able to continue for a long time. On an economic perspective, sustainability refers to practices that support long-term economic growth without negatively impacting social, environmental, and cultural aspects of the community. So why we are caring about sustainability and adopting sustainable practices? First of all, it is, as all we can recognize, is an ethical responsibility of us against the world and the next generations. And secondly, it becomes a regulatory pressure. There are a lot of regulatory pressures on firms about adopting sustainable practices. And lastly, as the consumer preferences are changing, consumers are preferring the brands that are more responsible for the world and the environment. And so for the firms, the consumer preferences are important motivation. And what are the benefits, potential benefits for firms to adopt those sustainable practices? Financial savings. So energy costs can be taken into control by the sustainable practices, adopting sustainable practices. As I said before, consumer preferences are changing. So for brand loyalty, firms are preferring to adopt sustainable practices. And it also gives the innovativeness and competitiveness for the firms, the adaptation of those sustainable practices. So the aim of this study is to reveal Turkey's status in sustainability from a firm perspective. And using firm-level matched data, we aim to answer basically the following three questions. Who are the greener firms? And what are their main characteristics? And how do their performance differ from other firms within the same sector? And does being greener contain self-selection bias? In order to address those questions, the data that we are using are coming from the central bank's company account statistics. And to monitor sectoral developments and to provide comprehensive periodic information, central bank is producing company account statistics with cooperation with Turkstat. And the data is annual basis, and it covers all the companies that are cooperative taxpayers and operating in Turkey. And the data source contains financial tables of each firm, in addition to firm characteristics or firm basic information about the sectors and so on. And we also have a credit bureau under Bank Association of Risk Center to provide credit risk information. Within this context of this study, the data that covers manufacturing and energy sector firms is considered for the 2014-2023 period. And firms are divided into 3 categories. The first one is the others. The second one, the listed firms in Borsa Istanbul. And the third category is our main interest group is listed and sustainable firms. And how we categorize the sustainable firms, we use the Borsa Istanbul Sustainability Index. Starting from 2014, Borsa Istanbul emerges a sustainability index that categorizes the corporate sustainability performance. And we use this index as our classification. So the firm performance, the main firm performance that we use for comparison are related with the age, size, and labor productivity, capital intensity, profitability, technology usage, and export performance. These are the variables that we compare between these 3 categories. And when we look to the empirical results that using the data, as you can see, the number of firms is pretty limited for and sustainable firms within our sample. Only 28 firms are classified as sustainable. But from the table above, you can observe that listed and sustainable firms are highly productive, large, profitable, more capital incentive, and more export-oriented firms. And contrary to the very small number of firms, when we look at the distribution of across firm types, the net sales, total assets, and export distribution, the listed and sustainable firms seems to be an important portion of the economy, Turkish economy. So when we look at the performance differences, whether these differences are statistically significant or not, as you can see from the table, the mean difference statistical test shows us that the other firms and the listed firms are different than the other firms. And moreover, those listed and sustainable firms are much more different than the listed firms that are in Borsa Istanbul. So performance differences between listed firms and other firms are statistically significant. And moreover, performance of sustainable firms is found to be statistically different than the other Borsa Istanbul listed firms. So, and in order to test or to calculate this performance difference, we calculate the sustainability premium using the simple regression given above. So the beta coefficient gives the estimated coefficient for sustainability domain, which can be interpreted as the percentage change. And the resulting regression equation shows us that the most distinct difference between sustainable firms and others is the total assets. Sustainable firms are found to be 64.5% larger than that of other firms. And sustainable firms are also 10% more productive than the others. And also the export intensity is found to be statistically significant, and the difference is 2.5% more. They are more export intensified. So these are the results the preliminary results that we obtained, and we are going to go with this topic and try to find the answer for the third question, whether these firms are actually self-selected to be sustainable or not. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Atabek, for your very insightful presentation. Our second guest is Muhammed. Okay. Mr. Muhammed Enes Çıraklı. He was born on July 22nd, 1992 in Rize. He completed his high school education at Rize Anatolian High School, and then he entered into the economics department at the Hacettepe University and graduated in 2015 with third place honor degree. He spent one semester of his undergraduate studies at Universidad Carlos III de Madrid through the Erasmus program. He got master's degree in economics at Hacettepe University in 2019. He started his professional career in February 2016 as an assistant specialist at the Undersecretariat at Treasury of the Prime Minister of Turkey. He worked in the energy sector and on social security issues. In November 2019, he began his career at the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey as an researcher, and he currently continues as an assistant economist. His areas of interest include data analysis, econometrics, labor markets, foreign trade, energy, and social security. Today, Mr. Çıraklı is going to talk about firm-level analysis of the potential impacts of the carbon border adjustment mechanism in Turkey. Floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today, I am going to present my study, which is the firm-level analysis of the potential impacts of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM, on Turkey. Firstly, I am gonna talk about the CBAM and its rationale. Then I am going with the literature review, CBAM products in Turkish export markets, firm-level descriptive statistics, and econometric analysis, their empirical findings, and I conclude. Firstly, I need to talk about the concept of the CBAM, but before defining the CBAM, I need to talk about the European Union emission trading system, which is established in 2005. This system, ETS, covers some sectors such as electricity, heat generation, industrial manufacturing, and aviation sector. Those sectors covers the 40% of the total EU's carbon dioxide emissions. Under these mechanisms, some free allocations and upper limits for the carbon dioxide emissions are determined on a sectoral level. And firms, if the firms wants to exceed the predetermined levels, they need to buy the additional carbon rights from the carbon market. And these free allocations and the upper limits are reduced over years and the phases. And especially in the after the third phase, the free allocations and upper limits are reduced very much, and this leads to European Union firms with higher carbon dioxide emissions is disadvantaged as a result of this policy, and they incentivize them to import those products from the abroad of the non-EU region, and this is a carbon leakage. Carbon leakage means that if a country in the carbon, if a country in a region where the carbon regulations are stricter, if they import from the region where the carbon emissions regulations are laxer, then it is the carbon leakage. And to prevent this leakage, European Union proposed a mechanism, which is the CBAM. CBAM levels the playing field in the international area for the European Union firms. Then it started to be implemented in 2023, but it's a reporting period, transitional period. It will affect the firms financially in the 2026. Let's have an example to understand clearly. Let's think about two firms. For simplicity, their cost structure are equal, the same, and when ETS is implemented, the additional cost is incurred to the firms in the EU region, and the CBAM is the levels the playing field, as you see here. And this amount is paid by the EU importers by CBAM certificates. Cost increases for the EU's import could decrease the competitiveness of the non-EU countries. Then let's talk about very briefly about the literature. The literature mostly conducted the computable general equilibrium model, and they are in general discussing the design and implementation of the CBAM. Lately, there are some giving estimates about the CBAM effects on the firms or countries. Acar et al., which is a Turkish study among them. I think, as far as I know, it is the first and only study the impact of the CBAM products on Turkish market, Turkey, and they find that they GDP loss by 2.6 and 3.6 by 2030. When we look at the CBAM products, these products are iron and steel, aluminum, fertilizer, cement, electricity, and hydrogen. These sectors covers the approximately on average 10% of the Turkish exports. When we look at the firm level descriptive statistics, in the left panel shows the share of the exporter firms who export to Europe the CBAM products. The share of the firms which exports to European countries no EU CBAM products. Only 20% of the firms which exports to Europe exports to EU CBAM products. It's naturally reduces when we divided the world export. It's only 10% of the firms who exports the world are exporting the EU CBAM products to the world. When we look at the EU CBAM exposure by firm size, the larger firms are more exposed to the smaller firms. When we compare their net sales, total assets, and employment, the net sales and total assets of the exposed firms are 3 or 4 times higher than the non-exposed firm. Employment is also higher for the exposed firms. Then I conducted a simple econometric analysis, which is a shift share analysis, and I try to understand the export demand shock derived from these products can affect the export level of the firms. And this export shock variable is consisted of the two parts. The first one is the growth into the demand from the world except Turkey, and the other one is the exposure of the firms. This product country level exports divided by the total export of that firm. And then I constructed the firm product partner year level export shock, and I sum them up and I obtain the export shock by firm year. And in the bottom line, I create a regression equation, and I find the impact of the export shock of the LN export. The first two panels are general estimates of the shift share. I put them here because of their because of the general showing the general results. In shift share analysis shows that export shocks positively affect the exports of the firms. This is true for the European Union as well. When we restrict the sample to European Union, it is true. When we look at the impact of the EU CBM demand shocks to the export to the EU CBM products, we see that a significant effect, but less significant than others previous estimates. But larger effects for larger firms lose its significance. When we look at it is more important. It shows that the impact of the EU CBAM demand shocks to total export of the firms. As we know that it's insignificant. To conclude, in short, EU implements ETS to combat with the climate change. But this regulation harms the EU firms because they increase their costs. And then the EU levels the playing field by CBAM regulations. These CBAM regulations constitute around 10% of the Turkey's exports. Nearly 90% of exporters are not exposed to the EU CBAM product. But exposure rates get higher when the firm size increases. Shift share analysis show that while export demand shocks more effective on larger firm export, the effect of the EU CBAM demand shocks on large firms is statistically insignificant. When we look at the impact of the EU CBAM demand shocks on firms' total export is statistically insignificant, and this fact does not change with the firm size. Thank you for listening to me. Dedim start. Hayır. Şöyle.
Tamam. Thank you very much, Mr. Çıraklı. Our third speaker is Ms. Simin Bayraktar. Simin Bayraktar is an assistant economist at the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey. She works for the Food and Agricultural Product Market Analysis Division under the Foreign Economic Relations Department. Actually, this is my old department. Her current work focuses on food and agriculture policy, especially the application of macroeconometrics on national and international economic data, with a focus on national prices and trade flows. She holds a Master's of Research in Economics from University College London and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the Bilkent University in Ankara. The floor is yours, Ms. Bayraktar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'd like to present you our joint work with Ms. Aslı Anatabek Demirhan on climate change and food inflation relation in Turkey. As we all know, it's a very relevant topic to all of us as public consumers, households, policymakers, as well as central bankers. Climate is changing globally at an unprecedented rate, and agriculture is one of the most affected sector, vulnerable sector among other sectors. And climate change, we already feel the impacts, but it's expected that the impacts will be increasingly causing adverse impacts on agricultural production through diminishing water supplies, increases in extreme events like floods and severe storms and heat stress. Due to climate change, the global food insecurity has been rising. It has been rising for a long time, and especially for the low-income countries. Since 2021, after rising food commodity prices, the impact has been felt more and more. And in addition to the food security, the rising price levels is also alarming across the globe. It's expected that extreme climate conditions will pose a risk to the general price levels, especially for low-income and developing countries. Even we feel that after post-pandemic era, food prices have surged significantly, and the studies project that climate change will push global food costs up by an average of 1.5 to 1.8% yearly until 2035. And these are just some news from the globe, just a couple of news headlines mentioning that climate change is already worsening inflation and pushing food prices. And these are not only in the low-income or middle-income countries, these are also happening in developed countries too. So it's a global problem. And it's very recent. All the studies are very recent. So all the studies are alarming that the food prices will increase due to climate change. But in our study, we primarily focus on Turkey because Turkey is under the risk of significant inflationary pressure due to climate change, because Turkey is located in the Mediterranean area, which is known to be more prone to the negative impacts of climate change. And also we focus on the fruits and vegetables because fruits and vegetables are also very vulnerable to the changes in meteorological variables, and Turkey is one of the world's leading producer of fruits and vegetables. And in the CPI basket, the inflation basket, food and vegetable prices make up about a quarter of the food and non-alcoholic beverages group, which is the highest weight. So an increase in the food and beverages prices actually causes an increase in the overall inflation with its high weight. And also unprocessed food prices, which is constituted of mainly fruits and vegetables, are highly volatile, which are shown by the central bank's research. It's very highly volatile, and due to this unpredictability of high volatility caused by strong seasonality of the nature of fruits and vegetables, overall prices may pose difficulties for monetary policy communication. So in this study, what we observe and what we will show is that we observe a change in seasonal pattern due to climate change, which leads to decrease in agricultural production. So from the supply side, we observe that agricultural production is decreasing, and at the same time, the costs are increasing. So both these together causes inflationary pressure. In our study, we use a comprehensive data set which is gathered under the Central Bank of Turkey under the early warning system. It's a very comprehensive, unique, and up-to-date database. We only use a part of it for the study. I'm not going to go into the details of the data for time purposes. This is actually where we started our research. We observe the meteorological variables in this graph, bar charts. On top, we observe that across different time spans, average temperature in Turkey has been increasing. So based on different months here, we observe that average temperature, we observe hotter summers and milder winters. So we observe hotter winters than summers. So overall, the temperature increases after 2020 specifically, which is shown by the black bars. And we also observe that the precipitation levels are also decreasing across all months. This leads us, because agriculture production is very, for temperature and precipitation is very important for agricultural production. So this leads us to look at how agricultural production is actually being impacted by these changes. And here, this graph on the left-hand side, we plot the amount of fruit and vegetable production yearly change, and we realize that the blue circles, which coincide with the decreases in agricultural production, they actually show the major droughts happened in Turkey. So we see that during the major droughts seasons, the agricultural production is actually decreasing. And this is from the supply side, where we realize that due to climate change, the supply side might be decreasing production. And also because an increase in temperature and decrease in precipitation increases the irrigation, the water requirement of the product. So here on the right-hand side, this graph, the scatter plot, we see that actually temperature and electricity consumption might be negatively correlated. So we observe when it's hot, the weather is hot during summer months especially, due to water requirement, irrigation requirements, the electricity consumption, thus the costs of the farmers increase. So shift in seasons, what we observe due to climate change affect supply and costs. And the falling supply and rising production costs due to rising temperatures and decreasing precipitation are reflected in the prices of fresh fruits and vegetables, which is shown in this scatter plot. And overall, our visual finding, which is actually this summarized in this graph, these bar charts, we find that the seasonal structures of fresh fruits and vegetables prices are changing. Here, the left-hand side, we see that the general understanding is that during summer months in Turkey, we expect fresh fruits and vegetables to be cheaper, and they are expected to affect inflation in a positive way by decreasing it. But what we realized is that after 2020, the contribution is actually reversed. So now when we observe that in July, fresh fruits and vegetables are actually making a positive, negative impact by increasing the inflation rates. So we observe visually by just the data, analyzing the data, we observe there's a change in seasonal structures. But additionally, what we do is we complement this by statistical analysis, and we conduct the seasonality tests for fresh fruits and vegetables separately for those three components of CPI inflation. And what we find here, these tests, I'm just showing it for fresh fruits and vegetables, but we conduct it for all subcomponents, and they give us a similar result. Here we observe that there is a seasonality present in all of these three components. And the fourth test actually shows us that the seasonality is moving. So a seasonality for fresh fruits and vegetables is expected, which is what we know. But what we observe is the seasonality is actually shifting across the years. So this chart actually shows us that the black line is the trend and the red dots are the seasonal factors. But we see that we expect that the seasonal factors to be concentrated around the trend. But what we actually observe, especially for winter and summer months, the seasonal factors are moving. They're in a trend. They show a trend. So the inflation, the seasonality of the inflation is actually changing. And what we usually observe or expect is January and February to make a positive, winter months to make a negative impact on inflation. But we observe that due to seasonal shifts, the impact is actually getting positive, and vice versa for summer months. And these are the results for fresh fruits and vegetables, which are similar. To conclude, we know that climate change hasn't only become a major threat to sustainability and food security, but also price stability. And the relationship between climate change and food prices is particularly critical for Turkey, being a developing country and having a high share of food and beverages in its CPI basket. And that we show is increased temperatures and extreme weather events due to climate change affect production, costs, and prices of fresh fruits and vegetables. And we've shown evidence that seasonal pattern of fresh fruits and vegetable prices is changing. We've shown it visually and also statistically. But going forward, we want to calculate the net impact by analyzing product by product. So we can't here we take all fresh fruits and vegetables in the same basket, but we know that a tomato and a spinach or other product cannot be actually directly compared. So we want to delve into the details of each product and get a clear picture of the net impact of climate change on unprocessed food prices, prices of vegetables and fruits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bayraktar. Our last speaker is from the Ministry of Industry and Technology, Mr. Özkan Özkara. He graduated from Electrical and Electronics Engineering at Başkent University. In his postgraduate studies, he studied in Control Engineering and Power Electronics. He published articles and presented in conferences and SICE journal articles about his field. His full-time job experience at Ministry of Industry and Technologies as an industry and technology expert. He stated at many work fields, briefly from 2010 to 2014, lift and cableway sector legislation and market surveillance process. In 2015, updating of incentive system for medium-high sectors up to now harmonization of EU. Acquis for electrical and electronics products, eco-design and energy labeling, eco-design requirements of sustainable products. In addition, now he works on a World Bank project for Turkey Green Industry Project at same ministry. Today, he is going to make a presentation about green economy transition and support programs in industry. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, 3 years ago, I was making the presentation in my field, inverter system in solar panels. But today, I will give you information about green economy transition and support programs in industry in this area, in academic area. Actually, former speakers told many important issues about this era. We are saying in ministry, we are living a green era. So I will pass these parts of my presentation very fastly, but I will give you some information about Turkey's position. Yes, we have 2053 net zero emission target, and we would like to be a net zero country. And also in the short term, 2030, we have a declared plan about our emissions. We would like to decrease our emissions 41% according to our position. Yes, and also our greenhouse gas emissions have nearly doubled since 2000, the year 2000. So that means we need more energy. We use this energy, and also industrial processes have been growing. So we should find a solution to decrease this. To provide this our declarations. So we have a roadmap, and this is the European Green Deal actually, because we are in custom union. So we should harmonize some technical legislation into our national system, and the European Green Deal is a map for us, because this Green Deal announced many areas which includes many sectors to decrease the emissions. So this is our not only European growth strategy, also it's our growth strategy, and also we have some problems. Yes. The first one is carbon border adjustment mechanisms. Yes, many sectors have faced this carbon border adjustment mechanism because carbon pricing is very important, and we should decrease our emissions according to trade and cap mechanisms, because we want to conduct our competitiveness in European zone. So when we looked our statistics, the most exposed to EUSIBA. Turkey is the third country for export and also European import country. So we are a very important position to deal with these issues. And now, especially in our ministry, we are working on sustainable product initiative, and within 2 years later, you will hear many words about the ESPR, eco design for sustainable product regulations. That means, and many product legislations will be published according to European Union technical legislations. And finally, we are step up our competitiveness in European Union area for export in terms of export. And also we have nearly same the European Union Green Deal Action Plan. Yes, we have Turkey Green Deal Action Plan, and this action plan includes firstly deal with carbon border adjustments, a green and circular economy, green financing, clean, affordable and secure energy supply, sustainable agriculture, sustainable smart transportation, combating climate change, diplomacy. This is the main issues in this plan. And when we as a policymaker in our ministry, when we investigate our sectors, we take some important terminologies which are institutional structure, because our SMEs is now has still been is normal production process, and they haven't got any institutional capacity. So we should improve our institutional structuring from SMEs to large-scale companies. Energy management is very important for the decreasing the emissions, and also water management. Especially today, we are talking on textile sectors, because water management is very important, because the regulations wants us to decrease the water usage during manufacturing of the textile and appeals products. Waste management is very important, because the recycling and also reusing, remanufacturing issues are very popular in Europe, and also will popular in the in Turkey, because this is not end of waste, and this is it's a value for manufacturing again. So waste management is very important. Industrial emissions is very important issue, because as I mentioned before, we have doubled our emissions since 2000. So we are not saying about the industrial emissions. Industrial emissions is a circular economic problem, so we should deal with this problem. Also, recovery and recycling processes is a part of the manufacturing process, and green supply chain and is very important issue, because when you export your product to EU, the custom controls ask you what is the main products when you manufacturing this product. So green supply chain is very important, and today we know in Turkey our main industry is giving up the raw materials or any materials from the China or Taiwan, because the green supply chain rules these countries now have not used green supply chain regulations. Fair labor infrastructure, former speakers, in the first former speaker says, sustainable reporting is very important for now, large-scale companies, and fair labor infrastructure is the most important part of the green economy now, because if the enterprises cannot conduct the fair labor rules, that means your products cannot be exported anywhere in the world. So we should deal with and also improve in these topics in our country. So what are we doing in our Ministry of Industry and Technology? Yes, we started Turkey Green Industry Project supported by World Bank, and total amount for $450 million. We COSGAP SMEs Association in Turkey, $250 million for COSGAP, and $175 million for TÜBİTAK, and we are using $25 million in our ministry. COSGAP is giving this money in two main subcomponents. The first one is solar panel investment, and the second one is circular economy investment. TÜBİTAK has three subcomponents. First one, a mentorship program for SMEs, and green technology support programs, and also in Turkish I would like to say SAYEM. This is the collaboration of the technology and green innovation infrastructure, such as research centers, R&D centers, and sectors, like a sandbox. So TÜBİTAK gives this money to this collaborations, and we are using $25 million to improve our capacity and awarenesses for the green era. And also our ministry's the second project, the Green Industrial Zones project, is supported by World Bank again, and this is a $3 million loan. We used this money to this fund to improve our OIZs for environmental chains. So we would like to establish the necessary mechanism for green OIZ performance certification, and also ensure to improve the performances in terms of green economy. And also, this is a green transition support program. It's the national incentive system. We try to improve the companies to provide their service to improve green production. So, as I mentioned, the performance indicators is very important. Energy consumption, amount of air pollutant emissions, water consumption, like that. So final measurement, 75% improvement. We are waiting, and this application is open now, and the companies have been applying this program now via our website. And also sector low carbon pathways, and we prepared this low carbon pathways, EBRD, and four sectors we have focused. First, the iron and steel second the aluminum, third cement, and finally fertilizer. This report has been published in our website, and also the benchmark and the roadmaps have been explained. And this is our ways to deal with CBAM sectors also. Yes, this is our incentives, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Özkara. I would like to thank again our really distinguished guests, Associate Professor Aslan Atabek Demirhan, Ms. Semin Bayraktar, Mr. Muhammed Enes Çıraklı, ve Mr. Özkan Özkara for coming here and share their experiences and researches with us. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, we can take a pic. Any questions? Yeah. Okay.
The panel data estimation technique, the step data integration. Since our data is panel data, if we firms all the time, the panel model is used for estimation.
What's the definition of noise older version and the foundation of
Firstly, you can find, we have a website for the Turkey Green Industry Project, and also we are publishing documents about our project, how we conducting now. Also, the associations, COSGAP and TÜKTAK has published the programs for this in this project. But mainly tgip.gov.tr, I remember. This is our project website. You can find everything, also presentation documents, and also Green OIZ project has a website, and also you can find the documents also.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Can we take a picture together? Okay. Ya siz de gelir mi?
Şeydeyiz. Okay. We thank our moderator and all our speakers. We thank our moderator and all our speakers. Next on the itinerary is Professor Dr. Ramazan Sarı. Unfortunately, he ran afoul of some health complications, so he will not be joining us. We will now, for our final session of the day, like to call Dr. Ali Murat Sürekli, advisor to the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Industry and Technology, to deliver his speech.
Hi to everybody. Did you hear me and see the presentation?
Hello, sir. We can hear you.
Okay. Dear Rector, respected representatives of the academy and the industry, and dear students. First of all, I respectfully greet all of you on behalf of myself and our ministry. As we all know, the European Union share in Turkey's foreign trade is the 41%, and Turkey is the 6th largest trading partner of the EU. As a result of this close commercial and economic integration, we have achieved with the European Union through the Customs Union. It's inevitable that the change brought to EU through by the European Green Deal will have direct effects on the value chains which are integrated. For this reason, we start working immediately after the announcement of the Green Deal in December 2019 and prepared a roadmap to ensure the adaptation of our country to the Green Deal principles. This is flow of my presentation that I prepared with this approach. The biggest policy that supports green transformation is the European Green Deal. President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said in December 2019, a new growth strategy that gives more than it gets. It shows us how to transform the way we live, work, produce, and consume for a healthier life and for companies to be more innovative. Turkey, which carries out approximately 41% of its exports and 32% of its imports with the European Union. Also, the European Union is first trade market for Turkey, and Turkey is the 6th largest market of the EU. Many legal regulations that will significantly affect our country are proposed, especially the carbon border adjustment mechanism. With CBAM, the European Union aims to reduce greenhouse gas emission both within its own borders and the global level by preventing carbon leakage. CBAM introduced additional cost liability for export to the European Union. Subsequently, we developed the Turkey Green Deal Action Plan with the contributions of all relevant institutions and put into effect with presidential decree published in 2021. In this action plan, in line with the European Union's policy priorities, we have included 81 actions in all areas, from circular economy to green finance, from clean energy to sustainable agriculture, from smart transport to combating climate change, including the carbon border adjustment mechanism. In fact, we have completed the first cycle of activities targeted within the scope of action plan and have entered the period of updating the activities in line with new developments and needs. Within the scope of the Green Deal Action Plan, the Ministry of Industry and Technology as coordinator organization is responsible for the following working groups. This is cement, steel, aluminum, technological transformation with TÜBİTAK. This study is carried out under the coordination of MOT within the scope of green transformation of industry, and the European Green Agreement can be grouped under three headings. First of all, roadmap and strategy studies with EBRD and TÜBİTAK. The second one, easy access of domestic industry to financing from international sources, especially with the World Bank. The last one, European Union legislative harmonization studies, which is called ESPR. Low carbon pathway projects, we look at 4 of the 6 sectors covered by CBAM, namely steel, aluminum, cement, and fertilizer, are the sector under the responsibility of our ministry. In this regard, we have carried out low carbon pathway project in cooperation with the EBRD for each of these 4 sectors. In these projects, we mapped out the current situation of the sectors. We developed sector-specific scenarios that anticipate carbon emission by evaluating different technologies, additional investment, and policy steps. And then, after evaluating all the results, we define the optimum scenarios for each of them. Under the 37% decrease in greenhouse gas emission in steel sector, 16% decrease in the aluminum sector, and a 74% decrease in the cement sector by 2030. According to findings, 99% emission reduction in steel sector, 92% in the cement sector, and 75% in the aluminum sector can be achieved by 2053. Accordingly, the net present value of total investment required to reach net zero is expected to be around $11 billion for the steel sector, $2 billion for the aluminum sector, and $3 billion for the cement sector for the next 30 years. Also, you can access the details of the roadmaps and studies from the link below. Within the scope of Green Deal Action Plan, we determine the technologies will support green production. The Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, which is called TÜBİTAK under our ministry, prepared green growth technology roadmaps. With this work, we carried out studies for the development, dissemination, transfer of the identified low carbon technologies through sectoral need analysis. 6 pilot sectors were identified as iron, steel, aluminum, cement, chemicals, plastic, and fertilizer sectors. Since these sectors are critical for the Turkish economy, provide basic inputs to the sectors, are the forefront in terms of carbon emission, and are the first stage of production chains. These reports were prepared with the contribution of 13 public institutions and 371 private sector representatives, 27 non-governmental organizations, 100 academics and researchers. Also, 31 technology targets, 72 critical products, and 189 sectoral applications will maximize our country's technological ability for green production have been determined. Also, you can access the details of the roadmaps and studies from the link below. The other important project under our ministry, the Turkey Green Industry Project, which is called TGIP, with the worldwide financing. The aim of the project is to ensure an efficient green transformation for industrial companies in Turkey, to accelerate the green transition in industry, to intensify decarbonization efforts, and to improve technical capacity. The budget of the project is $450 million. Also, implementers of project is our ministry Small and Medium Enterprise Development Organization, which is called COSGAP, and the TÜBİTAK. The project term is 6 years. In this project component of TÜBİTAK, $175 million of research, development, and innovation support for green transformation. Companies engage in green innovation activities, including the development of new green technologies, products, or process will be supported with a budget of $175 million. Technology-based startups, SMEs, and large companies, as well as universities, research infrastructures, and public research centers will be able to develop technological solutions focused on green transformation with these supports. In this component, we have three subcomponents. The first subcomponent, climate-informed and green innovation technology extension. It will provide technical assistance to SMEs and seeking to review their business models, supply and value chains, products and services to be more support climate change mitigation or adaptation and sustainability. The subcomponent 2, research and develop and innovation support for green transformation in industry. In this context, prototype development or improvement, validation and certification tests, on-site implementation, scaling demonstration, and field trials covering the technology readiness level from 5 to 9, range for green transformation activities of companies will be supported. The last subcomponent, industrial R&D and innovation networks, creation of the industry-led innovation hubs consisting of stakeholders gathering around common vision and joint roadmap will be supported. In this project, COSGAP component include two subcomponents. First one, support for solar energy investment of industries, SMEs. Within the scope of the project, component rooftop solar power plants defined on site and compounded SPP projects within industry facilities will be supported. The other subcomponent is mobilization of industry for clean and circular economy. Energy, water and raw material efficiency, sustainable waste recycling, industrial symbiosis, and circular economy investment will be supported in this subcomponent. This is the last component for MOT. The ministry will manage a budget of 25 million USD under the technical assistance component. This component raising awareness among organizations, companies, and individuals on green transformation, facilitating networking with various stakeholders, and increasing the national visibility of green transformation efforts will be ensured. Also, you can access the details of project from the link below, tigip.sanayi.gov.tr. The other important project under our ministry, Green Transition Support Program with our ministry financing. The project aim is to ensure resource efficient and low carbon production compatible with the circular economy approach that protects natural resources and contributes to climate and sustainability goals. Also, capital companies operating in the manufacturing industry located in Turkey, SMEs and larger enterprises, scheme of decision on state aid in investment, the number is 3305 priority investment, purchased machinery, equipment, technology, software, and hardware surveys, audits, testing, and consulting services to be incurred solely in production process and auxiliary process will be supported. The Green Translation Support Program call has been opened on 26 July in this year. Applications are made online. yeşildönüşüm.sanayi.gov.tr the internet web address. The performance indicators, energy consumption, greenhouse gas emission, air pollution emission, carbon footprint, water footprint, raw material consumption, waste amount, water consumption, wastewater amount, wastewater pollution, also amount of recycled input from on-site waste. Also, Green Transition Center title will be given to facilities throughout the implementation period of the roadmap report. The other important project, Green OIZ with the World Bank financing. The aim of the project is increase the efficiency, environmental sustainability, and competitiveness of selected organized industrial zones, and at the same time to set an example for other OIZ. The budget of project $300 million US. Project financing is launched for total 30 years with a 3-year grace period with an interest rate is 3%. Also, in this project, we supporting OIZ basic infrastructure investment using green solution, green infrastructure investments, and innovation center in OIZ. If we look at the European Union legislative harmonization studies, first of all, in the period from 1970 to 2017, annual global material extraction increased threefold, and this increase continues. Also, more than 90% of biodiversity losses caused by resource extraction and processing activities. The annual amount of waste is expected to increase by 70% by 2050. If we ask what is sustainable products, this is definition in the EU. Using less energy, it has a longer lifespan, easily repairable, its parts can be easily disassembled and can be used repeatedly, contain less hazardous substances, easily recyclable, containing more recycled subcomponents. These are products that have a lower carbon and environmental footprint throughout their life cycle. The Eco-Design Requirements Regulation for Sustainable Products, which is called ESPR, the most important tool of the Sustainable Product Initiative launched with the European Green Deal, which regulated 29 product categories, mainly set out energy-related criteria. It covers the widest possible range of products by adding many more criteria such as circularity, durability, and repairability. On the other hand, for all products subject to ESPR regulation, the digital product passport has been introduced, which will be designed as an easily accessible label on the product. Sustainability information is instantly accessible to supply chain actors, regulators, and consumers. As a result, these rules must now be legally applied to all EU member states and products entering the EU market. In this context, a critical legislation for our country has come into force, which will closely affect our exports to the EU in the coming period. At the end, I want to talk about evaluation and the recommendation. Some points is very important. First of all, declaring the European Green Deal as a new growth strategy, the European Union is redefining the rules of the game in the international competition. In this context, compliance with the agreement is of critical importance for Turkey, which makes 41% of its exports to Union member countries. Efforts to develop a correct strategy and effective financial mechanism for the development of the manufacturing industry and the protection of our foreign markets require ministries and public institutions to work together with a common vision. Considering the comprehensiveness of the green transformation concept, focus on both a sectoral and product basis is essential. Additionally, it is necessary to focus on awareness raising activities among both companies and the citizens about green transformation. When examined on scale basis, awareness and preparation efforts regarding green transformation are at a sufficient level in large enterprises. On the other hand, awareness needs to be increased in medium and small-sized enterprises. Considering the size of investment needed within the scope of green transformation, it should be a priority to benefit from international resources as much as possible in terms of easy and rapid access of the manufacturing industry to financial resources. In this context, the project developed by our ministry with the World Bank and the EBRD are guiding steps in their field. Legislative harmonization efforts need to be accelerated in order to prevent our exporting companies from being negatively affected by the legislative regulations in Brussels, which started on a sectoral basis and down to product level. Obtaining the opinions of relevant sectoral stakeholders and umbrella non-governmental organizations in legislation harmonization studies is of critical importance in maintaining market balance. One of the most important duties in terms of harmonization with the European Green Deal belongs to the academic world. Developing university and industry cooperation in disseminating sustainable production techniques will have an accelerating effect on the green transformation of our country's industry. As a final word, in closing, I would like to express particularly the project and studies of our ministry within the scope of green transformation are not limited to what I mentioned in my presentation today. Under the coordination of our ministry, General Directorate of European Union and Foreign Relations with IPA projects, also our General Directorate of Development Agencies, and the Turkish Standard Institute have many different projects on green transformation of our industry. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
We thank all of our guests for their valuable contributions. Dear guests, the first day of the Smart Economic Planning and Industrial Policy Conference has come to an end. We hope to see you again tomorrow on the second day of our program and wish you a good evening.